Chapter 319. If you like the Cataclysm 319 chapter, please collect the Cataclysm 319 chapter. Ron, Rainey, and Becerra were led to a room by the human maid in the Thorny Flower Castle. The door to the room was tightly shut. From the decorations and materials of the wooden door, the door alone was worth a fortune. The decorative patterns on the door gave off a sense of art. The other readers were reading. The human maid pushed the door open and walked in. Then she stood aside. The moment Ron entered the room, he was stunned. The entire room was divided into a few halls. Every hall was extremely spacious. The decorations in the room were extremely luxurious and artistic. One look, and one could tell that it was the work of a high-level human craftsman. The room was covered with a thick carpet. Ron couldn't bear to stand on it. Not only Ron, but even Rainey and Becerra were stunned by the luxurious room. They stood there in a daze. "Young Master Ron, this is where you rest," the human maid said respectfully. She had also changed the way she addressed him as young master. Hearing the maid's words, Ron recovered from his shock. However, the word young master from the maid made him feel uncomfortable. He felt as if he had become an aristocrat. "All right, you may leave." Ron retracted his gaze from the room and waved his hand. "Yes, young Master Ron," the maid replied. Then she continued, "However, young Master Ron, don't you need me to serve you?" Everyone knew what serve meant. The maid raised her head. She had a pretty face and a voluptuous figure. She looked at Ron with a hint of passion. A strong young man like Ron who could gain the favor of Miss Morin was naturally the ideal partner in the hearts of the maids. Ron was slightly stunned. Before he could reply, Becerra interrupted. "No need. You may leave. We are young Master Ron's maids. He is not used to being served by others." As she spoke, she took a step forward and shielded Ron behind her like a little chick. When Rainey saw this, she also stood up and puffed out her chest. She was afraid that this woman would eat her big brother Ron, as if he had eaten her. Seeing their actions, Ron was a little helpless. He coughed lightly and said, "Well, you'd better go out. They can serve me." "Yes, young Master Ron." The maid couldn't hide her disappointment. She bowed and turned to leave. After the maid left, Becerra immediately closed the door. At this time, Ron smiled bitterly and said, "Becerra, Rainey, actually you don't have to do this. In my heart, you're all my friends. I have never treated you as..." Becerra and Rainey looked at each other, their cheeks blushing. Rainey lowered her head and gently played with the corner of her clothes. Becerra was bolder. Her face was red as she said, Young Master Ron, as long as you don't mind, Becerra is willing to be your maid for life." "Maid for life?" Ron smiled bitterly in his heart. He was a stray dog who was chased to the ends of the earth. How could he have two beautiful and cute maids? Perhaps one day, when he was chased, he would have to abandon them and run away. Just as he shook his head and was about to reject, Becerra gave Rainey a look. Rainey understood. She walked to Ron's side and acted coquettishly. She shook Ron's arm and said, "Brother Ron, you've worked hard for the whole day. You're so dirty. Go wash up." Without waiting for Ron's consent, she pushed him to the bathroom. Ron had no choice but to follow. When he pushed open the bathroom door, he was greeted by a huge pool. The pool was steaming hot, and large amounts of steam were coming out. The entire bathroom looked gray and hazy. The other book friends were reading. Two girls were laughing and playing around, yelling about taking off Ron's clothes. This was the maid's job. Being teased by the two cute girls, Ron was like a shy boy. He loudly protested, I could do it myself." The two girls did not force him. After playing around for a while, they walked out. Hearing their footsteps go further away, Ron then heaved a sigh of relief. He took off his clothes and walked into the pool. His whole body was soaked in the warm water, and it was very comfortable. Ron's body leaned against the wall of the pool. He closed his eyes and was very satisfied. The hot water could relieve fatigue. After a while, Ron gradually fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, Ron heard the sound of water. He opened his eyes slightly and saw an unfamiliar woman appear in his line of sight. Her entire body was immersed in the water. Her face was flushed red, and she was extremely embarrassed. Ron was shocked. He jumped up and suddenly realized that he was not wearing any clothes. He immediately squatted down, blushing. "Who are you?" "Brother Ron. Don't you remember me?" The girl's face was so red that it looked like water was about to drip out. She said shyly, "I'm Rainy." Ron composed himself and then recognized Rainy. It was not his fault. Rainy had always looked like a dirty little beggar in front of him. Suddenly, she was washed away, revealing a delicate face. Her clear eyes were as bright as the sky. It was no wonder that Ron did not recognize her at first. "Huh." Ron touched his nose awkwardly and said embarrassedly, "I can't even recognize you after you take off your clothes." Once he said that, the bathroom became even quieter. An awkward and charming atmosphere wandered in the room. At that moment, Ron wanted to give himself 2 big slaps on the face. Who asked him to speak without thinking? After hearing Ron's unintentional words, Rainy wanted to find a hole to hide in. She blushed and said angrily, "Brother Ron, you're so naughty." "Huh." Ron laughed awkwardly. At that moment, a pair of slender hands reached out from behind and gently massaged his temples. Ron raised his head slightly. The scene in front of him almost made him have a nosebleed. Becerra was almost completely naked. She was only wrapped in a bath towel, revealing her almost perfect figure. Due to her long-term dance practice, her waist was slim and did not have a trace of fat. Even though Becerra was not old, her body was as developed as a ripe peach. Under the tightly wrapped bath towel, a bottomless cleavage was revealed. Due to the rising steam in the bathroom, Becerra's face was red. She seemed to understand Ron's thoughts and leaned on him. "No, Becerra." Ron was almost dizzy from this sudden encounter. Just as he was at a loss of what to do, a soft body leaned on him. Ron looked and saw that it was Rainy, being pincered by the 2 girls. Even if Ron had the greatest ability, he could not use it. He could only let them do whatever they wanted. On the spacious bed, Rainy and Becerra snuggled tightly against Ron. Ron hugged their delicate bodies and fell asleep together. That night, they felt extremely fulfilled. Early the next morning, Ron opened his eyes and felt around. However, the 2 girls were nowhere to be found. Ron was the only one lying on the huge bed. Where did they go? Ron suddenly jumped up. He touched the brocade blanket that still had some warmth and went into a daze. Hugging 2 beautiful girls to sleep the whole night, Ron still felt a little ashamed. Even though they did not do anything, some intimate actions could not be avoided. Just as Ron was in a daze, a graceful girl pushed open the door and entered. She was holding some snacks on a tray. Ron looked and saw that it was Rainy. At that moment, Rainy had changed into a set of houseware that looked like a maid's. She looked extremely energetic. Her developing chest was slightly raised like a green apple, and her eyes were as bright and clear as gemstones. It was Ron's first time seeing Rainy like this. He was a little shocked and could not help but take a few more glances. Rainy was embarrassed by Ron's stare. She put down the tray in her hands. Her face was as red as an apple and was about to drip water. She blushed and said softly, "Brother Ron, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at you." Ron smiled. "I didn't expect you to be so beautiful, Rainy." Rainy's face was already red to her ears. She said coquettishly, "Brother Ron, I brought you breakfast. Eat something first." "Oh," Ron replied and walked to the luxurious table. He picked up a pastry and said, You eat too." "I've already eaten," Rainy said sweetly. She took the opportunity while Ron was eating breakfast to reach out and massage Ron's shoulders. Ron sighed. "Rainy, actually, you don't have to do this. I've never treated you as a maid." "Brother Ron, I know. Last night, I discussed it with Sister Becerra. Anyway, we don't have anywhere to go. As long as you don't mind, we're willing to serve you," Rainy said softly, her head almost touching her neck. Ron sighed in his heart. There was nothing he could do about the 2 girls' stubbornness. He thought for a while and asked, "Oh, right. Where's Becerra?" Rainy paused. Sister Becerra went out after she woke up in the morning. She said she was going back to see her brother. Ron nodded when he thought of the unconscious boy who was poisoned. It was no wonder that Becerra was worried. He wondered how he was and if he had woken up. Just then, there was a commotion outside the room. Ron and Rainy felt strange. They looked at each other and walked quickly to the window to look outside. A strong and boorish beastman warrior was holding a girl's hand tightly, not letting go. He laughed lecherously as he dragged her into the room. The girl struggled with all her might, begging and pleading. However, she couldn't resist the strong strength of the other party. Ron could tell that the girl was Bustling. She was wearing a maid's uniform, and her face was full of tears. There were a few maids beside the beastman warrior. They were pulling him and saying something. Rainey exclaimed, "It's Sister Bustling. She seems to be in trouble." Ron's anger was ignited in an instant. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Without saying a word, he turned around and went downstairs. I'm Lord Ron's maid. You let go," Bustling said with a red face. Lord Augiel, this is a guest of Thornyflower Castle. You can't do this," one of the maids said anxiously. The beastman warrior called Augiel laughed out loud. "Ron? Who is Ron? I'm an elite warrior representing Thornyflower Castle in the tournament. Who does he think he is? Let's not talk about him. Even if Miss Morin came and I asked for this maid, would she not give it to me?" As he spoke, he hugged Bustling. Human beauty, quickly come in my room. I'll treat you well. As long as you serve me well, you can have as many gold coins as you want. Jiao's mouth was full of filthy words, but his pair of perverted hands reached towards Busling's full breasts. At this time, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his head, and a white spear-like thing flew towards him. Chapter 320. The content of this article is Cataclysm 320 chapters. If you like Cataclysm 320 chapters, please add them to your collection. Jiao was shocked. However, he was an elite warrior selected by the Thornyflower tribe. His reaction speed was quite fast. He tilted his body backwards and dodged the attack that was coming towards him. At the same time, he let go of Busling's hand. The other readers were reading the book. Library 56. 56 Shuka, who dares to sneak attack me? Stand out for me. Jiao's good mood was instantly destroyed. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. It's me. Ron's eyes narrowed as he slowly walked out. His face was cold and expressionless. From this guy's words, it wasn't hard for Ron to guess that this guy was the beastman warrior that represented the Thornyflower tribe to participate in the Battle of the Strongest. When Bustling saw Ron, she immediately cried and ran over. She hid behind Ron's back as if she was scared to death. At this moment, Jiao had already noticed Ron at the side. He was stunned. Human. Jiao was also surprised that a human male appeared in the Thornyflower Castle. Moreover, this human's status wasn't low. A human actually dared to sneak attack me? After seeing Ron, Jiao's face darkened. He felt that he had to teach this arrogant human a lesson. He asked, "Who are you?" Ron nodded and said indifferently, "I am Ron." Jiao's eyes narrowed. "You are Ron." He sized up Ron and snorted. Miss must be blind. She actually found a human to participate in the Battle of the Strongest. Is there something wrong with her brain? Jiao took a step forward, an ominous glint in his eyes. "Human brat, you have guts. You actually dared to sneak an attack on me. Accept your punishment. This is the price you have to pay for your audacity." As he spoke, he let out a loud roar and took out a one-handed giant axe from his hand. A dark golden light slowly flowed on the giant axe. Since they were going to participate in the Battle of the Strongest, Molin had given all the contestants the highest grade of weapons and equipment. Without saying anything, Jiao raised his giant axe and slashed towards Ron. This attack wasn't to take his life, but to show his strength. Ron snorted. Facing Jiao's attack, he didn't retreat. Instead, he chanted an incantation. Not long after, a giant bone shield formed in the black fog and blocked in front of Ron. Since he had advanced to become an intermediate Archmage Necromancer, the strength of the bone shield had greatly increased. Even an extremely hard dark gold weapon would not be able to easily break through the solid defense of the bone shield. Boom! The giant axe landed on Ron's bone shield. The shield only shook a little. Under Jiao's shocked gaze, Ron began his counterattack. A white light flashed, and Jiao felt a sharp pain in his body. A gust of wind blew past his ears. Then, he fell heavily to the ground, his mouth full of mud. Ron's speed was so fast that he didn't even see how the other party attacked. How is this possible? Aojiao was shocked and angry. Being defeated by a human was the biggest humiliation in his life. He could be defeated by anyone, but not by a human. Aojiao was originally a wandering beastman mercenary. He had the strength of an advanced warrior. He wandered to the Thorny Flower tribe and had a conflict with Morin in a tavern. He single-handedly injured a few of the Thorny Flower Guard's wolf riders. In the end, he was subdued by a large group of beastmen. After knowing Aojiao's age, he didn't receive any punishment. Instead, he was treated as an important guest by the great Magus Morin and represented the Thorny Flower tribe in the tournament. With a roar, Aojiao pressed his thick hands on the ground. He stood up and prepared to counterattack with his giant axe. At this moment, he stopped. He didn't know when, but a venomous snake-like bone spear was pressed against his vitals. If he moved, his throat would be pierced. The cold bone spear flashed. Aojiao broke out in cold sweat. He could feel the fear of death from his opponent's murderous gaze. "Do you dare to kill me?" Aojiao had never been in such a situation before. Although he tried to remain calm, his trembling voice betrayed his thoughts. What the great Magus Morin needs is a strong warrior who can help her win the tournament. With your strength, you obviously don't have that qualification. I think it's better for you to save her some trouble. Ron laughed disdainfully. Aojiao's actions just now had provoked his killing intent. As he said that, he raised his bone spear and stabbed towards Aojiao's throat. "You!" Aojiao didn't think that Ron would really dare to attack him. A big hole appeared in his throat and blood spurted out. Ron pulled out his bone spear and Aojiao's huge body slowly fell. Before he fell, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The screams of the human maids could be heard in every corner of the Thorny Flower Castle. Seeing Aojiao fall, they panicked. "Stop!" At this moment, a figure hurriedly ran over. It was Morin. Her appearance was very timely. She was flustered and exasperated. "Ron, you actually dare to kill my people?" Ron smiled coldly and arrogantly. "With his strength, he will also be killed in the battle between the young and strong. If he dies at my hands, there will be no yellow novels." "What's the difference?" Aojiao's body was limp on the ground. The wound on his throat caused by Ron's bone spear was hard to heal. Blood kept flowing out of his throat, and his life force was quickly fading away. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to live for much longer. Morin slowly raised her head and snorted. "Ron, you are too daring. You actually dare to kill someone in my Thorny Flower Castle?" Ron laughed coldly and didn't reply. Emolon took a deep breath. She clasped her hands together and formed a strange shape. Then, she began to chant in a low voice. Not long after, a ripple of energy flowed out from her body and flowed towards Aojiao. Aojiao's body trembled as he frantically absorbed this strange energy. Not long after, his body was as good as new. "Thank you, great Magus." Aojiao immediately got up and thanked Morin sincerely. Morin's healing wave was very timely. If it was a moment later, he wouldn't be able to save himself. Luckily, Morin saved him at the last moment. "You can leave first." Morin waved her hand and said, "Yes, great Magus." Aojiao replied and turned around to leave. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Before he left, he looked at Ron with hatred, but there was also a trace of fear in his eyes. Ron smiled. He already knew that Morin was hiding at the side. He believed that Morin wouldn't ignore Aojiao's death. This was a test. Both sides were testing each other. Looking at Ron's arrogant face, Morin was defeated. She gave up the idea of teaching him a lesson and sighed. Life in the Thorny Flower Castle isn't bad, right? Seeing that she didn't pursue the matter, Ron's face revealed a victorious smile. He nodded and said, "Not bad. The Thorny Flower Castle is a very good place. My life here is like heaven. If possible, I really want to stay here for the rest of my life." Morin snorted coldly. "This is the treatment you deserve for participating in the battle of the strongest. If you can get a good ranking in the battle of the strongest, you will get more. If you can't, I will kick you out of the castle." The thorny flower castle doesn't keep useless people. Ron shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Morin's heart was filled with helplessness towards Ron. This human was strong, but at the same time, he was arrogant and unruly. As a human from a lower race, he didn't have the heart to respect a higher-ranked beastman. This was completely different from the submissive humans she had met before. This made her gnash her teeth in hatred. From her point of view, a lower race should have the consciousness of a lower race. Morin glared at Ron after she finished speaking. 3 months later, the Beastman Empire's battle of life and death will be held in the capital, Zuma. You must prepare well. Don't throw away my thorny flower tribe's face. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily. I got it. Ron smiled faintly. He turned his head and held Rainey and Becerra's hands as he said, "Come, let's go back." After he finished speaking, he ignored Morin and left without looking back. Looking at Ron's back, Morin was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She couldn't wait to call the strong people in her tribe over and teach him a lesson. She would only feel great when she saw him kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. This thought gnawed at her like a devil. Morin herself didn't know why this thought would appear in her mind. Due to her status and strength, she had many suitors around her. However, she had never treated a man nicely before. Yet, she was so concerned about a human. Morin also felt that this thought was ridiculous. She shook her head. It seemed that she had been under too much pressure recently. At this time, a Beastman soldier walked to her side and said, "Miss Morin, this guy is too arrogant." "Do you want to don't?" Before the Beastman soldier could finish his sentence, Morin had already screamed in shock. Looking at the Beastman soldier's hesitant gaze, Morin also felt that she had overreacted. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Slowly, she said, "Before he participates in the Battle of the Young Masters, no one can touch him. If he doesn't get a place in the Battle of the Young Masters, I'll teach him a lesson then." Morin's eyes revealed a trace of sternness. "What's going on?" In Ron's rather luxurious room, on a large bed in the corner of the side room, Ron held the hand of Becerra's brother, Kay. His brows were tightly knitted, and his face was solemn. According to Becerra, Kay had already taken the antidote that Ron bought, but it didn't seem to have any effect. He was still unconscious. "Young Master Ron, my brother, can he be saved?" Becerra was a little worried about her only brother. It had been a few days, and Kay was still unconscious. She was almost about to cry. Ron sighed. "I don't know either. Logically, the antidote should have taken effect, but now, not only did it not take effect, but it has also worsened." Ron was simply at his wits' end when it came to Kay. He had thought of almost everything, but he was still unconscious. At this time, the silent Rainey gritted her teeth and said, "Sister Becerra, let me see." As she spoke, she walked forward and reached out to tear open Kay's pants. After holding it for a while, she frowned. "This isn't an ordinary poison. It's the poison of a Krite. 56 Shuku, please share." Chapter 321. Full text with no ads. Ron and Becerra looked up in shock, as if it was the first time they met Raindrop. Then, Ron asked, "Raindrop, you can get sick?" "A little." Raindrop was a little embarrassed and shyly lowered her head. "My father was a pharmacist. I learned a little from him, so that's how it is." Ron nodded. "What about your father?" He felt strange. Since Raindrop had a father, why did she still wander around? Hearing Ron mention her father, Raindrop's eyes turned red. She bit her lips and tried not to cry out loud. She choked and said, "He's gone." "Ah, sorry." Ron heard and felt guilty. "I'm sorry for bringing up your sad past." "It's nothing." Raindrop wiped her tears. "It's all in the past." Becerra gently patted Raindrop's shoulder and comforted her. After a while, Becerra asked, "Raindrop, can Kay be saved?" Raindrop tilted her head and thought for a while. "It's a little troublesome, but I just need to buy some herbs and remake the antidote." Ron stood up. "There's no time to lose. Let's go buy the herbs now. Saving a life is more important." "Raindrop, I'll go with you." Raindrop smiled and nodded. "Okay, those herbs that are not too expensive, I think we can buy them in Sandtower City." Becerra also wanted to go, but she was rejected by Ron. Remembering that Kay also needed to be taken care of, Becerra could only stay at Thorny Flower Castle. Full text with no ads. Ron brought Raindrop and walked on the streets of Sandtower City. Ron felt strange. He had a feeling that he was being watched by someone. He suddenly stopped and turned back. He did not find anything. Brother Ron, what's wrong? Raindrop stopped and asked. Nothing. Ron shook his head. Maybe he was thinking too much. Not long after, Ron and Rainy arrived at a place that sold medicinal herbs. You honorable guest, how can I help you? Once Ron and Raindrop entered, a middle-aged uncle welcomed them and asked with a professional smile. You uncle, I want to buy these herbs. Do you have them here? Raindrop passed the list of herbs over. Oh, there's also a list. The middle-aged man in the medicine shop took the list and went through it line by line. Not long after, he looked at Raindrop in surprise. These are all antidote herbs. Sister, did you write this prescription? Towards the middle-aged uncle's question, Raindrop smiled but did not answer. She only asked, Uncle, do you have enough medicinal herbs here? I want to buy all of them. Seeing that she didn't answer, the middle-aged man didn't force her. Instead, he smiled and said, Yes. It's just that one or two of them are more expensive. The middle-aged man said kindly. He looked at the two teenagers who were still like children and felt that they didn't have much money on them. It's fine if it's expensive. Bring them over immediately and pack them up. I need them urgently. Ron said impatiently. The feeling of being watched was getting more and more intense. There was no basis for it. It was just a feeling. Ron believed that his intuition wasn't wrong. Ever since they left the Thorny Flower Castle, they had been followed. After paying the money without hesitation, Ron took the purchased herbs and walked out of the door quickly under the middle-aged man's astonished gaze. Ron and Rainy walked on the main road. Neither of them spoke along the way. Brother Ron, this doesn't look like the way back to the Thorny Flower Castle. Rainy was pulled by Ron in the opposite direction. Seeing that the road was getting more and more remote, she asked in confusion. Don't ask anything. Don't say anything. Just follow me closely. Ron said softly. Noticing Ron's serious expression, Raindrop obediently replied, She followed Ron and walked forward step by step. She had an inexplicable trust in Ron. Ron brought Rainy and slowly walked into a forest. This was already a very remote outskirts. The forest was very big. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled. At this time, Ron finally stopped. He slowly turned around and said indifferently, Everyone, you have been following us sneakily for so long. It's time to come out and meet us. Someone was following them? Hearing that, Rainy immediately became vigilant. She quickly hid behind Ron. She felt that this was her safest harbor. Ron's gaze focused. Not long after, there was a sound from the bushes in the forest. More than 10 human men walked out from the bushes. The leader, a bald man, cursed, Son of a B****, you actually found us. More than 10 human men were dressed like mercenaries. The leader, a bald man, had a fierce look on his face. He was staring at them fiercely. Ron's eyes narrowed slightly. He sized them up one by one. Who are you guys? Why are you following us? Ron's heart was secretly alert. He guessed that they were his enemies. They were most likely people from the Holy See. Don't waste your breath. The bald man said gruffly. Son of a B****, you have no right to ask about this. Hand over the child beside you, and we will let you go. While the bald man was talking, more than 10 other people slowly surrounded them. They surrounded Ron and Raindrop in the middle so that they could not escape successfully. What? You guys are here for Rainy? Ron was a little shocked. These people were actually not looking for him? A wandering beggar could actually fall sick and concoct an antidote. When Ron thought of Rainy, he felt that she was full of suspicions. She was not as simple as a beggar. He cast a questioning look at Rainy. Big brother Ron, save me. Rainy grabbed the corner of Ron's clothes. Her eyes were full of pleading. After all, she had concealed her past and lied to Ron first. She was afraid that Ron would abandon her and leave without a care for her. Ron nodded. Of course, he would not do that. Although Rainy was suspicious, he would definitely be on Rainy's side. Sorry, she is my friend. I will definitely not hand her over to you. Ron's statement was straightforward, leaving no room for negotiation. What? You actually dare to go against us? When the bald man heard this, he became furious, as if he was pricked by a needle. Son of AB asterisk TCH, you must be tired of living. He pulled out a long sword from his space bag and roared, Go! Let's chop him up together! Yes! More than 10 human men pulled out their weapons one after another and approached the two with a sinister smile. Kill! The bald man was the first to pounce. He raised his long sword high and greeted Ron. The bright mirror-like sword reflected Ron's calm face. Raindrop was behind him. Ron could not take a step back. He waved his hand, and a bone shield appeared in his hand out of thin air. Clang! After blocking the long sword in the bald man's hand, Ron raised his right hand at lightning speed. The black gas in his sleeve suddenly expanded. Bang! The black gas turned into a sharp-boned spear and pierced deeply into the bald man's abdomen. Ew! Blood flowed out from the corner of the bald man's mouth. His face was full of shock. His unwilling eyes widened as he pointed at Ron with a trembling finger. From the beginning, he had inquired about Ron's identity. However, he did not know everything. He only knew that he was a necromancer. It was because of this that he underestimated his opponent's strength. The other 10 human men were preparing to rush forward. When they saw this scene, they were stunned. Ron's speed was too fast. They could not even see his movements. How? How is this possible? Isn't he a necromancer? How could he kill the captain? A human said in horror. Monster! He's a monster! Another human man could not take it anymore and turned to flee. The bald man was their captain and the strongest among them. Even he could not block a single move from the other party. One could only imagine how strong the other party was. As long as one had a brain, they would not think that it was a pornographic novel. He was the opponent of the other party. The bone spear dripping with blood was pulled out of the bald man's body. His body slowly fell down. Ron's face was as calm as an ancient well. He looked at the others. After returning from the plains of despair, Ron's heart had become as firm as a rock. He would not hold back against the enemies who wanted to make a move on him. Ron had a cold smile on his face. His figure turned into a black fog and gradually disappeared. Ah, don't kill me. Terrified screams could be heard everywhere in the forest. Not long after, all the sounds returned to silence. After a while, Ron walked back with big strides. The black robe on his body was not even stained with a trace of blood. As there were crows scouting in the sky, everyone who followed Ron could not escape the fate of being killed. Walking in front of Raindrop, Ron smiled. The trouble is solved. Let's go. Raindrop did not move. She bit her lips and lowered her head. She did not dare to look Ron in the eyes. After a while, she said softly, I'm sorry, Brother Ron. I lied to you. It's nothing. Ron smiled magnanimously. Everyone has their own secrets. I have never asked you to tell me anything. Ron's magnanimity made Raindrop feel ashamed. She raised her head boldly and looked into Ron's eyes. She said softly, Brother Ron, I am willing to tell you everything. Can you trust me? Ron smiled and nodded. He patted Raindrop's head. I have never blamed you. I have a lot of trouble on me, and I am not afraid of any trouble. However, if you are willing to tell me, perhaps we can deal with everything in front of us better. Looking into Ron's sincere eyes, Raindrop gritted her teeth gently. Actually, I come from a pharmacist family in the Holy Roman Empire. Pharmacist family? Ron's face showed a trace of surprise, but it quickly returned to normal. If that was the case, it could explain Raindrop's ability to concoct potions. Ron frowned slightly. Who were those people just now? Although I don't know them, I have a rough idea of who their employer is. Raindrop thought for a while and answered. If I'm not wrong, they are from the Nain family. Nain family? Ron was unfamiliar with this name. They are the same as our Barrow family. They are pharmacist families. Raindrop sighed. Perhaps the names of these families are not well known, but they sell potions and secretly make a fortune. Their wealth is unimaginable. Ron was not interested in whether they made a fortune or not. He asked, what I want to know is, why are they chasing after you? Because Raindrop suddenly raised her head. Her clear eyes stared at Ron. I have the formula for the strength potion in my hands. No advertisement. Please come to first. Please share. Chapter 322. Stamina Potion Formula? Ron was shocked. Just for a formula? Of course. Raindrop nodded. To a pharmacist family. A complete formula is a priceless treasure. The benefits it brings are limitless. Ron thought of the antidote he bought from the shop. A bottle of it cost 80 gold coins. It was obvious how profitable it was. No wonder the Nayan family tried so hard to get their hands on the stamina potion in Raindrop's hands. Compared to the Nayan family's position in the pharmacist world, our Barrow family is just another family. This stamina potion formula is an important way for our Barrow family to rise. After the Nayan family found out that we had the formula, they tried to get it from my father. My father knew the value of the formula, so of course, he would not give it up. In the end, the Nayan family joined forces with a few other families and sent out experts to attack our Barrow family. At this point, Raindrop was a little sad. At that time, our Barrow family had some strength. There were also a few master-level experts in the Guardian family. Of course, we would not sit still and wait for death. We fought back. However, we did not expect that the strongest master-level experts in our family would be bribed by the other party. Then, at this point, Raindrop started to sob softly. Looking at Raindrop's sad face, Ron could easily imagine the result. Her family must have been killed in this battle. He sighed. All your family members are gone. Raindrop nodded. They're all dead. Only an old servant brought me out, Ron nodded. That old servant was Raindrop's grandfather, who was already dead when he first met her. So they have been chasing after you? Ron asked. Yes. Raindrop lowered her head. They guessed that the stamina potion formula must be in my hands. That's right, they guessed it right. Before my father died, he gave me the priceless formula for the stamina potion. So they were looking for me everywhere. I had no choice but to change my name and dress up like a beggar before escaping from the Holy Roman Empire. Ron sighed at his heart. He could guess that the Barrow family wasn't strong enough to protect the strength of this stamina potion formula. That was why they met with such a fate. It was like a child walking on the street with gold. It was easy to attract the attention of others. So, Ron said, your name isn't real either? Rainey nodded her head lightly. Yes, my name is Rosie. Rainey is the name my father gave me. Oh, Ron nodded. At this time, his mind started to work. He remembered that he had used up a lot of his stamina during the battle. If he had a potion that could replenish his stamina at any time, then his fighting strength would become even stronger. At this moment, he hesitated for a moment before asking, Rainey, where is your formula? Here. Once Raindrop heard, she answered without hesitation. She pointed at her head and smiled as she answered. I have memorized it all. That's great. Ron said happily. Raindrop, can you make it? This thing is very useful to me. Ron grabbed Raindrop's hand and shook it gently. Once Raindrop heard it, she hesitated. She thought for a moment before answering, Brother Ron, actually, after our Barrow family got this formula, we have never made it. To be honest, I don't even know if it's real or fake. Never made it before? Then give it a try. How can there be success without trying? Ron smiled and said nonchalantly, But every experiment requires a lot of herbs. This requires a lot of money. Raindrop said softly. Making potions was not an easy task. It was an important and complicated project that required a lot of professional knowledge. Raindrop came from a family of pharmacists, so this was not a problem. However, the most difficult part was the first trial. No one knew how many failures one had to go through from getting the formula to succeeding. No matter if it was a success or a failure, it required a lot of money. Hence, Raindrop was not confident. It's okay. Ron patted his chest and said, I still have some money. I believe it's enough to make the potion. Use as much as you want and make the strength potion as soon as possible. Okay. She remembered that making the strength potion had always been her father's last wish. After he got the formula, he got himself into trouble and did not have a chance to make it. After thinking for a while, Raindrop finally agreed. Raindrop revealed her background. Ron was not wary of her at all. The two looked at each other and smiled. All right, Raindrop, this. At this moment, Ron's heart skipped a beat. Then, he dug into the space bag at his waist and took out the recovery potion that he exchanged with black crystal coins from the mysterious store. It was a purple bottle. This was given to him by Brother Lombard. There was only one bottle. Based on the black crystal coins, this thing was worth a lot. From a moment Ron took out the recovery potion, Raindrop's eyes lit up. She came from a family of pharmacists and could tell the value of this potion at a glance. Just by looking at the energy that leaked out from the bottle, she could tell in an instant that this potion was not simple. Raindrop took the bottle from Raindrop's hand and opened it. She sniffed it lightly. The faint medicinal fragrance passed through her nostrils. Raindrop's face revealed an intoxicated expression. Raindrop's eyes were filled with astonishment. This is the legendary recovery potion, she said happily. Brother Ron, how did you get it? Ron smiled and told her about the black crystal coins and mysterious store. Finally, he asked, Oh, right. Raindrop, can you make this potion? Impossible. Upon hearing this, Raindrop immediately shook her head. She handed the recovery potion back to Ron and said, The bottle in your hand is the best potion in the world. It's called the recovery potion. Even if you're severely injured and on the brink of death, you only need one bottle. Just one bottle of this potion is enough to bring you back from the dead. You'll recover all your physical strength and magic power, and you'll be in your prime condition. The effects of this potion are heaven-defying. If we can make it. Is that so? Ron was obviously disappointed. He knew the effects of this potion. That was why he asked. Raindrop smiled. Even if we have the formula, we can't make this kind of heaven-defying potion because some of the ingredients definitely don't exist in the Noah continent. I remember you mysterious store. I heard from my father and uncles that there's a mysterious place in the Noah continent that sells these heaven-defying potions. Every bottle is priceless. If I'm not wrong, that store's name is Dimension Store. Plain store? Ron's heart trembled for a moment. Yes. Raindrop continued. The potions sold in the Dimension Store come from other dimensions. Then, the ingredients used naturally don't exist in the Noah continent. So even if we have the formula, we can't make the recovery potion. So that's how it is. Ron finally understood the origin of these recovery potions. He thought for a while and finally gave up on this unrealistic idea. He sighed and said, Forget it, let's go back. Becerra must be waiting anxiously. Thorny Flower Castle, Ron's room. Becerra nervously looked at Kay, who was on the bed. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest, and she held her breath. Ron was also at the side, quietly watching. Raindrop's face was solemn. She held the transparent liquid that she had just concocted and slowly poured it into Kay's mouth. The liquid entered Kay's mouth, and she absorbed it quickly. Not long after, her face turned from pale to pink with a hint of blood. It's done. Raindrop smiled satisfyingly and let out a sigh of relief. That's it? Becerra didn't understand. She hurriedly asked, Then why hasn't Kay woken up yet? Raindrop playfully blinked her eyes and said, Don't worry, Sister Becerra. More than half of the poison in her body has been cleared. She will wake up in a while. At this time, as if in response to Raindrop's words, Kay's eyelids trembled and she gently opened her eyes. She saw Ron and Raindrop, but she didn't recognize either of them. Finally, her eyes fell on Becerra's face, and she excitedly called out, Sister, Kay, it's great that you woke up. Becerra threw herself on Kay, her body trembling. Kay scratched her head and sat up. Sister, what happened to me? Ron smiled and answered, You were bitten by a kite when you went up the mountain. You were unconscious and couldn't wake up. It was Raindrop who concocted a new antidote that saved you. He pointed at Raindrop beside her. Raindrop tilted her head and grinned, revealing two cute canine teeth. Looking at a child who was about the same age as her, Kay couldn't believe it. You? Becerra immediately pulled him. Kay, hurry up and thank her. Oh. Kay listened to his sister the most. He immediately said, Thank you. What's your name? Raindrop smiled and said, My name is Raindrop. Where's this place? Kay looked at the luxurious decorations in the room and asked. As a commoner from the Gypsy tribe, she had never stepped into a place like this before, let alone slept on such a big and comfortable bed. This is the Thorny Flower Castle. Ron smiled and answered. In the luxurious hall of the Thorny Flower Castle, a few human men were already waiting. Their expressions were a little anxious. One of them was skinny, with a white face and no beard. His fingers were as delicate as a human's. He wore an expensive and luxurious robe, showing the look of a rich man. He was the master of the Nayan family, Maddox. The others were his subordinates, dressed as mercenaries. At this time, a human servant quickly walked over and bowed. Honorable guests, Sister Morin has arrived. As soon as the servant finished speaking, the great wizard Morin's figure appeared at the door. Today, she was wearing a black outfit with a white cloak, looking very heroic. Sister Morin, Sister Morin. When all the human men saw her, they hurriedly bowed. Among them was the master of the Nayan family, Maddox. Chapter 323. The man called Maddox, who looked like a merchant, stood up. He tried his best to remain calm, but the twitching muscles on his face betrayed him. He politely said, Big Sister Morin, the beginning and the process of our cooperation were very pleasant, and you were also very satisfied with the price we gave you. I just don't know why you suddenly changed your mind. This is something that we are very surprised about. When Morin was in Sand Tower City, these humans found her through some beast men and asked her to look for a human child in Sand Tower City. The task was very easy, but the price was satisfactory. The task was not difficult. Morin sent out an army to search Sand Tower City and completed the task. This human child was the only successor of the Barrow family. Her name was Raindrop. Just when Morin completed the task and was waiting to collect the money, Ron came to kill her and even saved her, disrupting her plans. On top of that, the matter of the Battle of the Strongest also made Morin have thoughts about Ron. Now, Raindrop was Ron's servant, and Ron was the ranker that her Thorny Flower tribe sent to participate in the Battle of the Strongest. To Morin, nothing was more important than getting a good ranking in the Battle of the Strongest. Under these circumstances, she naturally knew what to do. Thus, her cooperation with Maddox was naturally terminated. Of course, Morin would not tell Maddox about these things. Looking at these humans who kept on pestering her, Morin's face was clearly unhappy. The corner of her mouth slightly curved up. There is no reason. Our cooperation started and ended is very normal. Previously, I was very interested in this matter, but now I am not. I have also returned the deposit that you gave me. We do not owe each other anything. I think there is nothing more to this matter. Hearing Morin's reply, Maddox was a little shocked. Big Sister Morin, is it because of the price that you are not satisfied with? We can still talk about this. As the Patriarch of Nain, money was not a problem for Maddox. Morin smiled. This is not a problem of money. Our cooperation has already been terminated. I think I should have the right to decide whether to cooperate or not. Maddox's face showed a hint of helplessness when he heard that. He exchanged glances with the others, then gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. He raised his head and stared at Morin. Big Sis Morin, of course, has the right to refuse to cooperate. However, our target, which is that human child, is in Thorny Flower Castle. I wonder how Big Sis Morin would explain this? When Morin heard this, she decided to act shamelessly. Her eyebrows furrowed, and a trace of displeasure flashed through her eyes. Her expression turned grave and stern. Human, are you spying on my Thorny Flower Castle? Her master ranker's strength was extremely oppressive, causing Marcos to break out in cold sweat. He hastily replied, I wouldn't dare. It's just that my men unintentionally saw her walking out of the Thorny Flower Castle's main gate. They definitely had no intention of spying on the Thorny Flower Castle. If you don't, then so be it. Big Sis Morin coldly stared at Marcos and slowly said, Our Thorny Flower Castle does not have the person you are looking for. So, I believe that you must be wrong. Maddox raised his head. Just as he was about to say something, he was once again interrupted by Morin. At this time, Morin stood up and said impatiently, You guys can leave. This matter ends here. After saying that, she ignored Maddox and the others and left under their astonished gazes. Dong, dong, dong. Someone knocked on the door. Who is it? In Ron's room, Becerra shouted as she opened the door. When she opened the door, she jumped in shock. She saw Big Sis Morin outside the door. Ah, it's Big. Big Sis. Please come in. Please come in. Becerra did not expect that Morin would personally appear here. She was a little flustered and at a loss as to what to do. She hurriedly invited her in. Big Sis Morin lightly glanced at her and snorted. Why are you so nervous? It's not like you guys are doing anything shameful. Becerra's face was flushed red. She did not dare to talk back and could only stand there awkwardly. She was wearing a set of dark brown servant clothes today. Half of her chest was sticking out and trembling. Coupled with her charming expression, she looked exactly like a human fairy. What are you so proud of? You're not even as old as me. Morin thought to herself. She did not know why, but she felt dissatisfied when she saw Becerra. Due to their race, Morin was tall and big. She was 2 heads taller than Becerra. Her chest was even bigger. Her entire person was filled with a wild and healthy beauty. This also caused her to have many suitors in the Orc Empire. Who is it? Ron slowly walked out of the room. When he saw Big Sis Morin, he could not help but be startled. He did not expect that Big Sis Morin would personally come to his room. At this time, Raindrop also rushed out from the other room. When she saw Morin, she was also startled and hurriedly bowed. Another human fairy. Seeing Raindrop's face that was as pure as water, Big Sis Morin instantly came to a conclusion. What's the matter? Ron quickly calmed down and said indifferently. He did not know why, but he was not very fond of Big Sis Morin. In reality, no one would be too fond of being used. Ron and Morin had a relationship of being used and being used. Nothing. Morin also pretended to be indifferent. She arrogantly lifted her chin slightly and pointed at Raindrop. There's some humans outside looking for her. Tell her to be careful and not to run around if she has nothing to do. If she leaves the Thorny Flower Castle, no one can protect her. Naturally, Raindrop knew who was looking for her outside. She nodded gratefully. Thank you, Big Sis. Ron's attitude was indifferent. Oh, got it. Is there anything else? Morin thought for a while. Other than this, there seemed to be nothing else. The strangest thing was that she did not know why she was here. It was as if she was sleepwalking. She thought for a long time and finally came up with a reason. She frowned and said, Ron, the battle of the strongest young masters will be held in 3 months. These 3 months are neither long nor short, but why do I always see you looking like a sloppy person? I don't see you training like a warrior or meditating like a magician. With your training mentality, it will be harder than reaching the heavens for you to get a place in the battle of the strongest young masters in the Orc Empire. She glanced at Becerra and Raindrop. Everyone else is risking their lives to train. Why do you think I asked you to come back? To be lazy and play with people? After she said that, Becerra and Raindrop's faces turned red. Becerra grew up in the Gypsy tribe and was influenced by what she saw and heard. However, Raindrop was at an age where she did not fully understand. Her face had already turned red to the tips of her ears. Oh, the Lich King! Ron cried out in his heart. Other than sleeping with him at night, he did not do anything to the two of them. However, Ron did not intend to explain this matter, especially to Morin. The more he explained, the more difficult it would be to explain. He coughed slightly. You don't have to worry about this. Sister Morin, if there's nothing else, please go back. I still have to train. Ron straightforwardly asked her to leave. When Morin heard that, she was so angry that her face turned red. She was livid. This is my place. Don't tell me you dare to chase me out. However, when she thought of the battle of the strongest young masters, she immediately suppressed her anger and sneered. The battle of the strongest young masters is a battle to the death. It's okay if you don't get a place, but if you lose your life, you can't blame anyone else. After Morin finished, she turned around and walked towards the door. When she reached the door, she turned back and saw Becerra and Raindrop. In the end, she could not help but say, those things are not good for your body. Do you know that? After that, she did not bother with Ron and turned around to leave. Those things. Ron was startled at first. Then he understood and smiled bitterly. Becerra and Raindrop lowered their heads. Their faces were red, and they did not say a word. "All right, go back to your rooms. I'm going to train." Ron touched his nose and said. Becerra and Raindrop responded softly and went to do their own things. Becerra had to take care of her brother, Kay, who had just recovered from serious illness. Raindrop, on the other hand, was concocting the strength potion in the room. Kay's condition was going well. Under Becerra's care, he got up day by day. Now, he could barely get out of bed. On the other hand, Raindrop was in a terrible fix. In just 2 days, the tens of thousands of gold coins that she had invested had all gone down the drain. It could be seen how difficult it was to concoct the potion. Raindrop sat in her laboratory. The table was filled with papers filled with unknown symbols. Her slender hand was holding a quill and writing something continuously. Ron was not idle. In order to fight against the strongest, he had entered into a state of training early on. In his mind, a huge soul was floating in the air. That soul's face showed Ron's face. Beneath its feet was a boundless mind filled with an unusually strong soul power. Above Ron's soul, a huge whirlpool appeared in his mind, spinning continuously. Ron knew that on the other side of this whirlpool, there was an extremely mysterious and terrifying existence, the Soul Ring. Ron was full of confidence in this battle against the strongest, not for anything else, but because he had discovered a secret that could make him stronger. Soul incineration. Homelin had once said that soul incineration could greatly increase one's soul power. At the same time, the price it brought was also unbearable. If it was light, one would become an idiot. If it was heavy, one would become a walking corpse without a soul. Moreover, Ron also noticed that every time he used soul incineration, his soul and his mind was in so much pain that it looked like it was going to split open. He was very worried. He knew that once his soul collapsed, he would be doomed eternally. However, after using soul incineration twice, Ron shockingly discovered that every time his soul split open, a green energy would suddenly appear in the whirlpool connected to the soul ring in the sky. It slowly seeped into his soul, and his soul slowly recovered under this green energy. This was the secret of the soul ring to repair damaged souls. Ron was incomparably excited because he had discovered this secret. If this was the case, didn't that mean that he could use soul incineration without limit? With this thought in mind, Ron risked his soul becoming an idiot and used soul incineration in his room. For a moment, Ron's soul power increased by several times. At the same time, a green energy overflowed from the whirlpool and slowly seeped into his soul, slowly recovering it. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 months had passed. One morning, a knock on the door broke the silence of the morning. Chapter 324. More than 60 luxurious carriages traveled on the wide plain, rolling up a cloud of dust. Each carriage was very large, and 8 people sitting inside didn't feel crowded at all. 6 huge horses pulled the carriages in front, and the mighty fleet of carriages displayed the astonishing wealth of the owner of the fleet. The 3 contestants representing the Thorny Flower Castle each sat in a carriage. Ron and 2 others sat in the same carriage. Other than Big Sister Morin's luxurious carriage, the other carriages were filled with gifts. The entire carriage had a total of 1,000 people, and there was also a large group of orc wolf riders escorting them. Ron sat in the carriage, enjoying the scenery on both sides of the road to his heart's content. Even though he had lived a luxurious life for a few months in Thorny Flower Castle, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw Molin making such a big scene. Other than Becerra and Raindrop, there was another person sitting in Ron's carriage. That was Becerra's brother, Kay. After Raindrop's treatment, Kay had already recovered. He sat opposite Ron. Perhaps it was because of his personality, but Kay was a little brave. He did not speak much, and he would answer Ron's questions. Most of the time, his pair of brown eyes would look out of the window, and no one knew what he was thinking about. From Becerra's words, he understood that Kay was not her biological brother. A few years ago, she saved him from the river when he was injured. At that time, he was only 12 years old and was almost beaten to death. After Basara saved him, she treated him wholeheartedly. On the other hand, Kay was chased out of his family and had nowhere else to go. So, he recognized Basara as his sister and followed the gypsy tribe to wander around, doing some chores in the singing and dancing troupe. After Kay was injured, he stayed in the Thorny Flower Castle with Basara. Ron was also busy training and did not pay much attention to him. Anyway, Big Sister Morin was rich, and one more person was not a big deal. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little dull, Ron smiled and took the initiative to ask, Kay, you haven't been to the Orc Empire's capital, Zuma, right? Kay glanced at Ron and shook his head blankly as an answer. In the next moment, his eyes looked out of the window again, ignoring Ron. Isn't this kid's personality too introverted? Ron thought in his heart. He looked at Basara, and Basara also looked at him. She smiled and said, He doesn't like to talk to strangers. Ron, don't take it hard, oh. Ron replied. Calm at this time, Basara sat beside Kay and started talking to him. Strangely enough, when Basara talked to him, Kay's expression became much more relaxed, and even a faint smile appeared on his face. Ron shrugged his shoulders and made a helpless expression. Rainey smiled and came over. Brother Luoan, are you tired? Let me give you a massage. As she said that, she used her slender hands to massage Luoan's shoulders. Raindrop's 10 fingers seemed to be dancing, and the massage made Ron feel very comfortable. He snorted softly and closed his eyes. Raindrop's eyes looked out of the window. After a while, she turned back and looked at Ron worriedly. Brother Ron, I heard that the Orc Empire's Young Experts deathmatch is very cruel. Aren't you afraid? Hearing Raindrop's words, Ron's eyelids moved slightly. He opened his eyes and looked at Raindrop's worried expression. He patted her hand lightly and said firmly, Being afraid is useless. Since I've decided to participate, then I have to face it bravely. I believe that I won't lose. When he said this, Ron's eyes were filled with strong confidence. Yes, Brother Ron, you can do it. Raindrop's words were filled with encouragement. Ron smiled slightly and closed his eyes again. Before the big battle, he needed to conserve his energy. At this time, the carriage suddenly stopped. The Orc commander's voice came from not far away. Big Sister has ordered everyone to stop and rest. We'll set off in half an hour. Oh, we stopped again. Ron smiled. You guys sit here. I'll go out and take a breather. With that, he opened the door and jumped off the carriage. Ron, do you want me to accompany you? Basara's voice came from the carriage. No need. I want to walk by myself. Ron said. Not long after, a figure appeared by the lake, not far away. In the black fog, Ron's body slowly appeared. As the lake water flowed slowly, it was pleasing to the eye. Ron's mood also rose, and the depression from a journey was swept away. He took a deep breath and stretched. At this time, his movements suddenly stopped. His body tensed up as if he was about to fight. He did not turn his head and coldly shouted, Who's there? Come out. Frightened by Ron's words, the fish suddenly sank into the water, and circles of ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. The wind blew past, and there was no one behind Ron. At this time, his brows furrowed, and traces of murderous intent filled the air. Just as he was about to make a move, a faint voice sounded. You're quite alert. You're indeed someone that Big Sister has her eyes on. As he spoke, a figure flashed out from behind the tree. The one who came out was an orc. He had his hands behind his back, and his body was slightly thin. There was a smile on his ugly face. Unlike other orcs, his eyes were lively, and there was an indescribable sense of experience. Ron slightly turned his head, and his eyes narrowed. You are. My name is Taishan. Like you, I'm also a participant representing the Thorny Flower Tribe in the Tournament of the Strongest. At the same time, I'm also the vice captain of the Thorny Flower Castle. The orc named Taishan slightly smiled. You're that orc wolf rider? Ron was slightly surprised. He sized up this Taishan and felt that he was a bit old. This kind of person could participate in the Tournament of the Strongest? Seeing Ron's doubtful gaze, Taishan seemed to know what he was thinking. He slightly smiled. Don't worry. Although my face looks a bit old, I'm really 25 years old. Taishan paused and continued with a smile. The place I came from is the Orc Empire's Sima Gobi. It's a large desert area. In a year, at least half of the time, there's a sandstorm. Staying in this kind of place all year round makes me look older. Ron slightly nodded and immediately asked, "Then why are you following me?" When Taishan heard this, he hesitated for a moment and said, "When Big Sister Morin saw you leave, she ordered me to follow you." When Ron heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. He coldly asked, "She's afraid that I'll run away?" "Yes," Taishan straightforwardly replied. Ron sneered, "If I wanted to run away, I would have run away a long time ago. I don't believe that you can stop me." Taishan carefully thought for a moment and honestly replied, "That's right. Your undead magic is so strange. It shouldn't be difficult for you to run away." Seeing that Taishan was so honest, Ron was a little surprised. However, Ron didn't plan to let him go. He sneered, and with a shake of his hand, a black fog gushed out from his sleeve, forming a white bone spear. He pointed it at Taishan and sneered, "Since you know about my undead magic, then you should also know that my temperament isn't too good. If you follow me, you'll have to pay a considerable price. And this price, are you prepared?" The white bone spear reflected light under the sunlight. The black soul power wrapped around Ron's body, revealing traces of murderous intent. Taishan's face was a little serious, and he said in a deep voice, "You want to fight me?" "That's right." Ron sneered. "I don't think that there should be too many contestants representing the Thorny Flower tribe in the tournament of the strongest." His gaze turned sinister. "I alone am enough." Facing Ron's arrogance, Taishan laughed. "If you want to fight me, then you can try. However, I have to remind you, I'm not a trash like Aojiao." Aojiao was the contestant that Ron defeated in one move. With a glance, Ron could tell that this wolf knight in front of him was much stronger than that person. Facing the cold bone spear, Taishan's face was as calm as usual. His whole body stood there like a mountain. Taishan's calmness aroused Ron's fighting spirit. He sneered, revealing a row of white teeth. "As you wish." It was too late. At that moment, Ron moved. His body approached like lightning. Taishan's face was unprecedentedly serious. His body flashed, and a long sword appeared in his hand, clashing with Ron's bone spear. Boom! The two forces collided, creating a large amount of smoke and dust. The grass on the ground was blown to the left and right. Taishan used his long sword to block Ron's attack and said in a deep voice, "Fast speed." "Are you a magician or a warrior?" Ron laughed. Then, "Are you a magician or a warrior?" As soon as his voice fell, the bone spear in his hand pierced towards Taishan like raindrops. Whirlwind cut. Taishan could not help but show weakness. He used the beastman's battle skill to counterattack. For a moment, the weapons in his hands clashed, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Boom! Taishan's body was bounced back. His whole body rushed into the lake. He took a step back and suddenly stopped. His face was cold, and he slowly raised his sword. Ice-breaking cut. A sword aura broke out from his body. On the lake, two high splashes were split. The sword aura carried a strong air wave, and it blasted towards Ron. "Come!" Ron laughed wildly. The bone spear in his hand was thrown out. Like Taishan's sword aura, it also split the lake into two waves. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The whole lake seemed to be on fire. Huge waves soared into the sky and splashed around like rain. After the loud sound, the lake water flew down. For a moment, both of them were drenched. The bone spear in Ron's hand could be long or short. It could be thrown, and it could also be used as a spear. Moreover, it could be summoned at any time, catching the enemy off guard. At this moment, he was holding the spear with both hands. His whole body was wet, and his face was cold in the water. Taishan's strength was beyond his imagination. This was a difficult opponent. After a short fight, Ron came to a conclusion. This Taishan was not as obscene as he seemed on the surface. He was so easy to deal with. He was more than one level higher than Aojiao. Taishan's foundation was very solid. His every move had the demeanor of a master. In terms of martial arts, it was obvious that he had received guidance from an expert. The Beastman race was very talented. They had extremely powerful strength when they were born. Many people focused on the Beastman's talent, but neglected the Beastman's battle skills. Their battle skills were rough and bold, but they formed their own style. They were not inferior to the human sword skills, or even better. Tai Shan's face was relaxed, but his heart was not as relaxed as it looked. His opponent's strange attack made him break out in cold sweat. Tai Shan's movements were as graceful as a thief's, and coupled with the magic that disappeared like fog, it was impossible to guard against. Chapter 3:25. Although Iron Mountain's words were soft, the vigilance in his hands did not decrease at all. He held his saber with both hands, ready to attack at any time. Asterisk, feeling the other party's mountain-like aura, Ron muttered to himself for a moment. Yes. With a wave of his hands, the two bone spears turned into a cloud of black gas and disappeared. Iron Mountain was obviously relieved. He put his long saber back into the space bag and smiled. I'll go back first. Big Sister Morin will be leaving soon. You should go back too. After a deep bow, he left. After fighting with Ron, he had a deeper understanding of this human strength. Orcs respected the strong. His attitude towards Ron also became more polite. After Iron Mountain left, Ron was also relieved. He stepped on the lake water and walked to the shore. After fighting with Iron Mountain for no reason, Ron's mood did not lighten up. Instead, it became heavier. In the Orc Empire's young strong men's death match, there were many strong men. A mere Iron Mountain would not be easy to deal with. Ron walked slowly back to the convoy. An hour had passed, and the convoy was still waiting. Ron thought to himself, people's words are like farts. They were supposed to rest for an hour, but they still haven't left. Aya, Brother Ron, why are your clothes soaked? Raindrop saw Ron and hurriedly ran out. It's nothing. Ron smiled and told her about what happened by the lake. Raindrop heard it and became worried. Are you okay? Ron smiled. Do we look like we're not okay? I'll find you some clothes to change into. Raindrop said. Ron jumped into his carriage and changed his clothes in the carriage. He walked out of the carriage and felt refreshed when a breeze blew. At this time, Ron's gaze paused. His gaze inadvertently looked out of the window and unexpectedly found a person. That person was hiding behind a forest not far away. He focused his gaze and found that it was actually Kay. Above the space in the woods, Kay's body was slightly bent. Her expression was solemn as she slowly took a deep breath. The iron fist hidden at her waist suddenly punched out. Then, her 5 fingers turned into a claw, creating a sound that pierced through the air. Who? Following his agile movements, he brandished a set of fists like a tiger, and his body jumped around like an ape. What fist technique is this? Ron watched him quietly from behind the forest and frowned. He felt that the posture of this set of boxing was a little strange. These moves were not like that of a human, but more like a wild beast pouncing on its prey. After about 3 minutes, Kay finished a set of punches. He let out a long sigh and slowly stopped. His breathing was a little hurried, and sweat seeped out of his forehead. At this moment, a sound came from behind the forest. Pa, pa, pa. Kay turned around with a trace of astonishment in her eyes. Ron smiled as he approached and said, Kay, not bad. Your fist technique is quite powerful. Being praised by Ron, Kay was a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and did not say anything. Ron smiled. He had some feelings for this shy boy and asked, You seem to be very proficient in this fist technique. You must have learned it for a long time, right? Kay replied, 7, 8 years. Ron circled around Kay. His eyes scrutinized this 13-year-old child. He felt that there was something wrong with him, but he could not tell what exactly was wrong. Kay was stared at by him until she felt uncomfortable. Her face had already turned red. By the way, what's the name of this fist technique? Ron looked at this shy boy and asked with interest. This. When Kay heard this, she stammered. Ron smiled. Is it inconvenient? If that's the case, I won't force you. Ron's smile melted the ice in Kay's heart. He hesitated for a moment before answering. It's called Beaumont fist technique. Beaumont fist technique? Ron's heart suddenly jumped. Kay's answer was completely out of his expectations. Beaumont fist technique? Beaumont clan's martial arts? Ron said in astonishment. And yes. Kay nodded her head helplessly. She looked at Ron and bit her lips. As if she had made up her mind, she said, "Big brother Ron. Actually, I'm a Beaumont. Ron heard this and was stunned. His mouth was wide open, enough to swallow an egg. Ron looked at Kay in disbelief. No matter what, he could not connect this shy boy with a fierce Beaumont beast. You're a Beaumont? The Beaumont clan of magical beasts? After the shock, Ron asked. It was no wonder. Kay's body did not look like a Beaumont. Moreover, with Beaumont's strong body, how could it be poisoned by the Krite? Is it true? Ron did not believe it. Kay quickly said, Big brother Ron, how about I turn into a Beaumont for you? While speaking, Kay's body changed. Long black fur grew out of Kai's body, arms, back, and other parts of his body, turning him into a wild beast. His 10 fingers grew huge, sharp claws. Then, her figure began to grow. Her clothes could no longer support her huge body and burst open. She opened her mouth, revealing the sharp fangs inside. Not long after, a 2-meter-tall Beaumont beast appeared in front of Ron. But Kay, who had turned into a Beaumont beast, was at a loss. She was not used to it. Her demeanor and temperament did not have the fierce aura of the real Beaumont beast. Sure enough, it's a Beaumont. Ron's eyes lit up. The face of the Beaumont beast called Omega appeared in his mind. There was a vague resemblance between the eyebrows, but Kay's body was not as tall as Omega. Beaumont Kay scratched her head. I'm sorry, big brother Ron. I'm not used to being like this. Ron nodded. At this time, he frowned. I don't know why. Although you've become a Beaumont, I keep feeling that something is wrong. It's like you're missing something. It's power. Kay smiled. Her smile was a little bitter. Although I look like a Beaumont, I don't have Beaumont's power. You don't have Beaumont's power? Ron was shocked beyond words. His eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? Kay sighed softly. Her body slowly shrank and changed back to her original form, a 13 or 14-year-old boy. She looked at Ron and bit her lip. Actually, I escaped from home. Once upon a time, I was also proud of being a Beaumont. But as I grew older, I began to feel that something was wrong with me. Power? The power that Beaumont is most proud of. I actually don't have it. Kay smiled and looked at Ron. Her smile was very bitter. It's unbelievable, isn't it? But the truth is so cruel. As a Beaumont, I actually don't have innate power. You may not believe it, but in fact, my power is even worse than the most ordinary human. Ron also sighed. He could understand Kay's feelings. As a Beaumont, it was also a very sad thing to be even worse than a human. Just like that, I suffered all the coldness and ridicule in the clan. Everyone looked down on me. They thought that I was the disgrace of the Beaumont clan. Some people even regarded me as the source of the clan's disaster. Kay covered her head and fell into painful memories. So you escaped. Ron sighed. He was full of sympathy for Kay. Kay nodded. What about your parents? Aren't they worried about you running out like this? Ron thought and asked. My mother was a human. When I was very young, she died of illness. Kay's eyes were a little sad. And my father, when it came to her father, Kay suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with intense anger. No, he doesn't deserve to be my father. Kay's eyes turned crimson, and he clenched his teeth like a wild, dirty novel. She clenched her teeth and roared like a beast. Do you know what he called me? Bastard. A father actually called his son a bastard. It's because my mother was a human. Looking at the angry Kay, Ron's throat seemed to be choked with something, and he couldn't say anything. He sighed and said, No matter what, he is your father. I believe that his heart for you will never change. Brother Ron, you don't know. Kay calmed her emotions and smiled. Among all the magical beast races, family is just an unnecessary decoration. For a magical beast, an excellent bloodline is the most important thing. Ron thought for a while and said, That's not possible? When a human and a magical beast combine, there is a 50% chance that it will be a human or a magical beast. From your situation, You can transform into a Beaumont, so you should be a magical beast. How did it become like this? I don't know either. Kay took a deep breath. Sometimes, I really wish to become a complete human. At least I don't have to bear this kind of humiliation. Back in the carriage, Kay took out clothes from Becerra's space bag and changed. She glanced at Ron and hesitated for a while before saying, "Brother Ron, I'm Beaumont, and I hope you won't go out." Ron nodded and glanced at Kay and asked, "Does Becerra know?" "Sister knows." Kay nodded. "Although I'm not her biological brother, in my heart, I have long treated her as my biological sister. She knows all my secrets." Ron nodded again. He thought for a while and asked, "Then, what do you plan to do in the future? Don't you want to go back?" "What else can I do? Don't tell me I really think of myself as a Beaumont. What's the point of going back home? A powerless Beaumont? Forget it. I don't want people to laugh at me." Kay smiled bitterly. "All these years, I've thought it through." At this time, Kay took a deep breath. "My mother is a human. Perhaps, as she wishes, it's not bad to be an ordinary human and live a stable life." Chapter 326. Orc Kingdom, Zoomer City. Perhaps because of the battle between the strongest, Zoomer City was livelier than usual. The bustling streets were filled with elites of various races from all over the world, and there were many more young faces on the streets. Their faces were full of vitality, and they had the courage of a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger. Perhaps it was because of the popularity brought by the Battle of the Young Masters. The shops were 30 to 40% more expensive than usual. A circular arena stood in the middle of Zoomer City. It was a landmark building in Zoomer City for thousands of years, and it was also the arena where the young masters of the Orc Empire fought to the death. The entire Colosseum was filled with the thick aura of history. Although it had been renovated many times, the Colosseum was still modeled. In the long years, it had witnessed countless battles, life and death, despair and glory. Scene after scene of tragedy and comedy were solemnly staged here. The beastman's blood was filled with fighting genes. The Colosseum's desire was to satisfy the beastman's desire for glory, the glory that belonged to the strong. In the Colosseum, they could obtain everything: cheers, applause, fame, glory, money, people, power. This was different from humans. Human nobles often sent warriors to duel with each other, but their purpose was mostly for fun. Of course, this glory of the strong did not only belong to the orcs. The participants were from all races, including magical beasts and elves. As long as you were under 25 years old, you could participate in this glorious battle. In one of the private rooms in the Colosseum, this was the best place to enjoy the exciting matches. Of course, this private room wasn't for ordinary people, no matter how rich they were. However, this wasn't a problem for Big Sister Molin of the Beastman's Golden Family. Morin sat there with Ron, Taishan, and Aojiao. Other than Morin, the other three were the contestants this time. The other three were Raindrop, Kay, and Becerra. They were not qualified to sit there, but under Ron's insistence, Morin could only accept. "Brother Ronyu, there are so many people." Raindrop leaned on the railing and looked out. Today, she was wearing a light purple dress and looked very cute. Her face was full of excitement and a hint of innocence. Becerra also wore a festive dress. Ron was also observing from the distance. From top to bottom, he had a panoramic view of the Colosseum. In the contestant lounge, he saw many young experts. Many of them already possessed extraordinary strength at such a young age. Seeing this scene, Ron couldn't help but sigh in admiration. There were still many geniuses in this world. At this moment, Morin pushed open the door and entered the room. She glanced at everyone and said, "Ron, Taishan, Aojiao, I've already signed you guys up. Later, you guys will participate in the preliminaries, understand? There's a preliminary round." Ron frowned. Of course, there are so many people signing up. Morin glanced at him and said in a clear voice, "You're all the best youths. Don't tell me that you can't even pass the preliminaries." "Of course, that's impossible." Aojiao sat at the side with a glass of red wine in his hand and said proudly. This was the treatment that only the VIP rooms had. His eyes wandered to Becerra and Raindrop at the side. After Ron's emotionless gaze swept over him, he retracted his gaze. I hope so. Morin nodded and said, I won't sit here anymore. Grandpa is here, and I want to accompany him. She glanced at Ron and reminded him, Ron, cherish this opportunity. Got it, Ron said expressionlessly. He knew that the grandpa that Morin was talking about was the bull-headed race's god of war, Li Jia. Morin nodded and turned to leave. Becerra's eyes were filled with worry. She walked to Ron's side and said softly, Ron, even though this is a battle to the death, you can still surrender. If you can't win, don't force yourself, no. Ron shook his head and said faintly, Becerra, do you think I still have a choice? Becerra was speechless for a moment. Ron was very clear that this battle was his last chance. If he surrendered, it was no different from dying in battle. The Orc Empire would no longer tolerate him. Rather than surrender and be killed by Morin, he might as well fight. This was the decision that Ron had made before he came. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after, the arena's attendant knocked on the door and entered. May I know who is Mr. Ron, Mr. Iron Mountain, and Mr. Aojiao? After the three of them answered, the attendant took out a plate. This is your number plate. Please take it and report to the competition venue later to participate in the preliminaries. Ron and the other two took their number plates. Iron Mountain was number 16, Ron was number 98, and Aojiao was number 156. Brother Ron, go for it, Raindrop said. Ron, don't die, Becerra said worriedly. I hope you can come back with a good ranking, Case said. With everyone's encouragement and blessings, Ron left the room and went to the competition venue. In the room, Ron went to the other contestants who were going to participate in the competition with him. There were many contestants in the preliminaries. Ron's number was at the back, so it was his turn to fight. He could only wait quietly. In the arena outside, cheers, exclamations, and applause were endless. The atmosphere was very intense. The battle must be exciting. Ron thought to himself. If it was possible, Ron really wanted to watch their battle. However, he was a contestant, so he could only stay in the contestants' lounge. Waiting was the most boring thing. Ron could not help but stare blankly. However, from the sounds outside, the competition was going very quickly. It should be his turn soon. Hey, brother, can we talk? At this time, a young swordsman smiled and walked towards him, greeting him. You, Ron nodded politely. You, I'm Ham. The swordsman named Ham introduced himself and sat down beside him. He looked at Ron carefully and smiled. You're a human too? Yes. Ron nodded and answered. Not bad. I'm a human too. Ham was happy as if he had opened a chatterbox. You're here to try your luck too, right? Try my luck. Ron felt that it was strange. The battle of the strongest was a battle to the death. How could it be a test of luck? Big brother, what's that about try your luck? Ron asked modestly. You've never heard of it? Ham was a little proud. I'm a good person, so I'll tell you, based on my experience from participating in the 2 matches between young masters, actually, the young masters match is just a match of luck. Because it's randomly matched, you don't even know who your opponent is before the match. Therefore, it's all about luck. Ham explained. I see. Ron nodded. If I meet a weak opponent, it'll be easy to pass the preliminaries. That's right, Ham said excitedly. If I'm lucky and meet a weak opponent, I'll be rich. Ron, did you know? There was once a human who rushed into the top 10 because of luck. The top 10. The reward for the top 10 were very impressive. Ham's eyes were burning with passion. But he knew that with his strength, it was impossible for him to reach the top 10. Ron frowned. Based on what you said, humans can only rush into the top 10 because of luck? Is there no one who rushed into the top 10 because of their strength? Humans rushed into the top 10 because of their strength. Ham looked at Ron in shock. Brother, are you having a fever? How can humans rush into the top 10 because of their strength? Unless it's a test of luck, Ham said with certainty. Ron frowned. Could it be that there are no powerful experts among the humans? Of course, there are powerful humans too, Ham said with a smile. But Brother Ron, don't forget what kind of competition this is. This is the battle of the strongest. Only teenagers can participate in this competition. The age limit is 23. No, 25 years old this year. Do you think that with our talent, we can beat those races who are extremely talented at the same age? In the previous Battle of the Strongest, the top 10 places have been monopolized by the magical beasts, orcs, and elves. In fact, the Battle of the Strongest is a stage for those higher races to perform. As for us humans, we're not in the mainstream. Hem said self-deprecatingly. Some of those gifted magical beasts are born as master-level powerhouses. Do you think we humans can compare with them? Ron was silent. He knew that Ham was telling the truth. He pointed to the large group of humans in front of him and said softly, Ron, there are so many humans who signed up. In fact, they're just like me. They're all here to try their luck. I can bet you that as soon as those guys find out that their opponents are orcs or magical beasts, they'll immediately give up the competition. Believe it or not, only then did Ron come to a realization. No wonder the competition progressed so quickly. It turned out that they had all forfeited. Haha, of course. Sometimes, if we're unlucky, we'll run into a battle between magical beasts in the preliminaries. That would be wonderful. Ham's thoughts wandered. I have to remember the last tournament. 2 magical beasts that could have been ranked in the top 3 of the Young Masters tournament had a thrilling battle in the preliminaries. One of them was a pornographic novel. One of the magical beasts lost and withdrew from the competition. In that case, one of the top 10 places was empty. It'll be great if we encounter humans. That way, our chances of getting a place will greatly increase. Hem smiled. But all in all, it's still possible to get into the top 10. It's impossible to get into the top 5. No matter how hard you try, you still need to have some strength. Ron finally understood some of the general knowledge of the competition system. There were some things that Morin had never told him. By the way, Brother Ron, what's your profession? Ham asked with a smile. He couldn't tell what Ron's profession was from his attire. I'm a necromancer. Ham was speechless. He thought that he had met a weirdo today. A necromancer who couldn't even defeat a normal human was participating in the Battle of the Strongest. He wanted to try his luck. Could it be that he just wanted to show his face in front of everyone? At this time, a voice sounded in the venue. Now, let's invite contestants number 13 and 167 to enter. It's my turn. Ham stood up. Ron saw that he was holding the number 167 in his hand. I hope I'm lucky and don't encounter those freakish opponents. I'll be eliminated in the first round of the preliminaries, Ham said with a bitter smile. Ron also stood up and nodded. Good luck. Chapter 327. Morin pushed open the door to the most honorable box in the middle of the circular arena and walked in. Grandpa, Morin sweetly called out to the old man, sitting in the middle. An old beast man sat in the middle, his face full of wrinkles, his eyelids almost drooping down. His body was very thin and weak, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. This old beast man was no different from an ordinary old beast man. Just based on his appearance, no one could imagine that he was the beast god of the beastmen, the divine realm expert Li Jia. Seeing Morin enter, Li Jia's eyelids slightly lifted. He smiled and said, Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's my lovely son. Below Li Jia sat a middle-aged man. He was the current emperor of the Beastmen Empire, Salomon. In the Beastmen Empire, where the strong were respected, as the emperor, his strength couldn't be too weak. In fact, Salomon was a sacred domain expert. He was a battle saint from the Rock tribe. Unlike humans, the Beastmen's emperor wasn't hereditary. It was held by the strongest of the Golden family. According to the Beastmen's tradition, even the beast god Li Jia couldn't interfere. In the box, other than the beast god, there were also a few ministers of the Beastmen Palace. They all had decent strength. Salomon naturally recognized Morin. He smiled and pointed to a chair beside Li Jia. Nephew Morin is here. Sit down. No need, Imperial Uncle Salomon. I'll just help Grandpa massage his neck. Morin knew that Grandpa's neck was always sore. She quickly walked behind him and gently massaged it. My son is still the best. Li Jia smiled like a kind old man. He leaned comfortably on the chair and narrowed his eyes. Enjoying Morin's gentle massage, Li Jia sighed. I'm old. Old people have more problems, Salomon. If I was your age, my body would be so great. I would eat 3 big buckets of rice every day. Salomon didn't feel anything wrong with Li Jia calling him by his name. The beast god Li Jia had a special position among the beastmen. How can I compare to Master Strength? A look of admiration flashed in Salomon's eyes. Back then, when Master Strength was still a sacred domain expert, he once killed the deep-sea serpent, an exotic beast from the sacred domain that was wreaking havoc on the East Coast. At that time, I was only an ordinary great sword master. If it were me, Master Strength is still as impressive as before. What's the point of talking about such trivial matters? Right now, it's already the young people's world, Li Jia said with a chuckle. Salomon smiled, as if he had thought of something. He glanced at Morin and said, "Oh right, I heard that nephew Morin's Thorny Flower tribe is also participating in the competition. Is that true?" Morin laughed. "Royal uncle, you are forgetful. Our Thorny Flower tribe has participated in the competition every time. It's just that we didn't get a place in the competition." Indeed. When it came to the ranking, Salomon nodded in agreement. The current battle of the strongest has completely changed. For the past few competitions, the top 3 have been monopolized by the Beast Clan. In the previous competition, our Beastman clan's genius expert, Zhu, barely managed to rank 5th. He is also the only young expert of our Beastman clan who managed to rank in the top 5. Zhu was a beastman's name. He was in the top 5 of the previous competition. This time, he once again represented the Beastman clan's Furious Wind tribe in the competition. His class was Wind Knight. At this point, Salomon smiled awkwardly. Master Strength, to be honest, this time the age change is also for him. He was 21 years old last time. This year, he just turned 25 years old. He barely managed to qualify for the competition. Otherwise, this time, our Beastman clan might not even have a place in the top 5. That's right. Li Jia nodded. However, this competition situation is more serious than the previous ones. According to what I know, this time the Beast Clan has sent a lot of advanced races to participate in the competition. Yes. Salomon nodded. This time, there are a few advanced races of magical beasts, such as the Poison Manicore clan, the Beaumont clan, and so on. The Poison Manicore clan is here too? Li Jia was a little surprised. He muttered to himself for a moment, and then slowly said, "Indeed, the Beast Clan's racial talents are beyond our reach. However, since we are in this world, we must have the courage to chase after them. In my opinion, they can't beat the Beast Clan, but it doesn't mean anything. It only means that they haven't worked hard enough." After pausing for a moment, Li Jia glanced at Salomon and continued, "The Beast Clan has taken the top 5. This is their ability. Salomon, you changed the age to let Zhu participate. Aren't you a little too nervous?" "Yes, Master Strength is right." When Salomon heard this, he broke out in cold sweat. "I'm just worried that the top 5 of our Beastman clan has been taken by the Beast Clan. I'll definitely change the age back in the next competition. Change it back." Zhu was 5th in the previous competition, but that doesn't mean that he will be 5th this time. There are many variables. Li Jia smiled and waved his hand magnanimously. "As for changing the age again, there's no need for that. Just do what you need to do." "Yes, Master." Salomon bowed and said, "All right, what kind of rankers did your Thorny Flower tribe send out this year?" At this time, Li Jia turned to Morin and asked. Morin had been listening to the conversation between the two of them. Even her clenched fists unknowingly stopped. "Grandfather, the rankers that my Thorny Flower tribe sent out this year will definitely surprise you," Morin said with a smile. Her eyes had a trace of craftiness. "Grandfather, wait for me." Li Jia smiled unusually brightly. "For the next battle, contestant number 98, get ready." A rough voice rang out in the hall. "It's my turn." Ron took a deep breath and stood up. His eyes were shining with a strong confidence. A human servant led him to the end of the long corridor. That was where the contestants were prepared. There, Ron unexpectedly saw him. He saw that Ham had lost his high-spirited demeanor and was listless like a frosted eggplant. Ham. Ron walked forward and greeted him. He smiled and asked, "How was it? Did you pass the preliminaries?" "Sigh, don't mention it." Ham sighed and said, "My luck is very bad." "What's wrong?" Ron asked. "Unfortunately, my opponent in the preliminaries was a demonic beast. Moreover, it was the pinnacle of the demonic beasts, poison scorpion lion." Ham spread out his hands and made a helpless expression. "Can you even fight like that?" "If we really fought, I reckon that I would be instantly killed by him before I could even say the word surrender. So I was very wise. After he appeared on the stage, I immediately forfeited. I couldn't stay on the stage for even a minute." Ham said, "He's not bad either. He seemed to know that I wouldn't fight with him, so he directly revealed his body." "Really?" Ron didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "He asked you to forfeit, and you said he's not bad?" Ham looked at Ron strangely. "Ron, you don't know that some demonic beasts are very bloodthirsty and insidious. They deliberately don't reveal their bodies and tempt you with their human identities. Once you decide to fight, they immediately reveal their bodies and instantly kill you before you can even say the word surrender. Some even use their human bodies to fight with you. Even if they kill you, you won't know that they are demonic beasts." "Really?" Ron sweated when he heard this. So there were also insidious beasts among the demonic beasts. "Contestant number 98, Ron, please come over here." At this time, a voice interrupted their conversation. A human servant stuck his head out of the door and waved for him to enter. "Ha! You're going to take the age test. After that, you'll be ready to go on stage. Good luck," Hem said with a smile. "Yes." Ron nodded. "Good luck to you too." "I won't be lucky," Ham said with a bitter smile. "Damn it, I've hit the jackpot. I met a demonic beast in the first round." He spat out a mouthful of saliva and walked away, cursing and swearing. Ron walked into the room and saw an old orc sitting on a chair. In front of him, there was a strange thing that looked like a magic array that was constantly rotating. "Come here in the middle." The old orc pointed at the magic array and said coldly. After confirming that there was no danger in the magic array, Ron walked up. The old orc closed his eyes. After a while, he said, "Well, you're only 18 years old. Not bad. You can participate in the competition." The old orc's face softened a little. Ron then realized that the magic array was actually used to measure age. No wonder the Battle of Xiaoqiang was so strict about age. "Put your portal bag and other items in that cabinet. Other than weapons and armor, you're not allowed to bring anything else into the arena." The old orc pointed at the cabinet. Morin had told him about this, so Ron didn't think much about it. He put the portal bag that he carried with him into the pornographic novel. In the cabinet, he only took the staff of inheritance and walked out of the door. A burst of dazzling sunlight shone on him. Ron reached out his hand to block it. He calmed himself down and slowly walked into the arena. When the contestants appeared, the entire arena cheered. The atmosphere made Ron's blood boil. In the middle of the arena, there were two people. One of them was an orc wearing the uniform of a referee, and the other was a human wearing light armor. He was also his opponent in this match. Ron glanced at him and felt that the other party should be older than him. "Are you clear about the rules? Although it's a battle to the death, I hope that both sides will not maliciously kill each other. They should be allowed to forfeit, admit defeat, and surrender. Do you understand?" The orc referee said expressionlessly. In this day, he had repeated the same words countless times. As soon as he finished speaking, the human teenager said arrogantly, "Son, you should forfeit as soon as possible. I'm a magic beast, Wind Wolf. I'll beat you until you can't tell north from south." Ron was startled. "You're a magic beast?" "That's right." The teenager smiled mysteriously. "I heard that you humans like to try your luck in the Battle of Xiaoqiang. You hope to meet a weak human opponent. Hee, I won't give you such a chance." He licked his lips lightly. His eyes flashed with a strong, murderous intent. "I won't give you my body now. You need to know whether I'm a magic beast or a human. It's very simple. One word. Bet. Either you forfeit now, or you choose to fight." But if you bet wrong, my wind blade will tear you to pieces in an instant before you can admit defeat. You can do as you wish, the teenager said slowly. This time, Ron was silent. He frowned. This was a bet. Was the teenager in front of him a human or a magic beast? The orc referee also turned around and asked expressionlessly, "Contestant Ron, do you want to fight or forfeit?" Chapter 328. The boy didn't carry any weapons. Usually, only magical beasts didn't carry weapons. Ron looked at the boy from head to toe. He couldn't tell if he was a human or a magical beast. If a high-level magical beast wanted to hide its tracks, it couldn't be seen from its appearance. Yes, the youth chuckled coldly, looking calm and unruffled as he waited for Ron's final decision. Ron nodded slightly and turned to the orc referee. "I've decided to fight." As soon as Ron's voice fell, the boy's face changed slightly. He was just an ordinary human who used his opponent to try his luck. In the last tournament of the strongest young masters, he used this method to win many times. Unfortunately, he met a real magical beast in the semifinals and had to withdraw regretfully. But this time he met Ron, a human who really wanted to participate in the tournament and win a ranking. The boy's face quickly returned to normal. He smiled sinisterly. "Son, have you thought it through? If you make the wrong bet, the price you have to pay may be your life." Ron smiled. "Whether you are a human or a magical beast, it's all the same to me. In other words, even if you are a magical beast, I will still beat you." The boy couldn't stand it anymore and laughed. "Since you want to die, don't blame me." The orc referee nodded. "Very well. Since both sides have decided to fight, then after I give the order, the match will begin." A trace of anger flashed in the boy's eyes. He bowed slightly, bent his hands into claws, and made a pouncing posture. It had to be said that the boy did have a talent for acting. Some of the expressions and movements of a magical beast after turning into a human, he imitated them perfectly. It seemed that he had put in a lot of effort. Even a veteran mercenary wouldn't be able to see it. Ron held the staff of inheritance in front of him and was on full alert. 3, 2, 1, begin. With the orc referee's order, Ron's preliminaries in the tournament of the strongest young masters began. For a moment, cheers came from a stage, wave after wave. "Die." The young man made the first move to gain the upper hand. He was the first to attack. A bright light flashed in his boots, and two short blades shot out like magic. With a strong sound of wind, they fiercely stabbed towards Ron. Weapons? Ron was slightly surprised. How could a weapon appear? Where's the magical beast? While he was in a daze, the youth had already pounced in front of him. A bright light flashed, and the weapon in his hand chopped down fiercely. Eviscerate. Ron did not dare to be negligent. He casually swung the staff in his hand, blocking the youth's killing move. The youth's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had launched another 17 or 18 attacks. Shadow strike, backstab, cut. A series of attacks were like moving clouds and flowing water, each of them aimed for Ron's fatal spots. What? He's a thief. At this time, Ron suddenly realized that the other party had pretended to be a magical beast in order to scare away those humans who were trying their luck. Generally speaking, once humans heard the name of a magical beast, they would be scared to death. How would they dare to compete? Damn, I was almost fooled by this guy. Ron cursed fiercely in his heart. At the same time, his right hand did not stop. He used the staff as a bone spear, casually blocking the other party's attacks. Clang, clang, clang. In the spacious arena, a fierce battle unfolded. Figures flashed in the arena. Two figures quickly intertwined with each other, causing a series of metal clashing sounds that were as loud as firecrackers. Come on, kill him, kill him. Humans. On the high platform, there was an endless stream of cheers. As the battle unfolded, the atmosphere in the arena rushed to the peak. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited in an instant. The eyes of the people on the platform showed a fanatical look, and they shouted like crazy. As the battle went on, the youth gradually felt that something was wrong. He judged that Ron was a magician from his clothes and the weapon he used. But when they fought, it was not the case. The other party was actually using a magic staff as a melee weapon, and his defense was airtight. He focused his eyes and found that Ron was not holding a magic staff. He did not know what kind of weapon it was. "You? What exactly is your occupation?" That young man couldn't attack and was a little anxious. At this point, Ron had a rough idea of the other party's strength. The youth's strength was between advanced professionals, which meant that he was an advanced thief. For his age, he was not bad. In a Balrafax academy, he would be a genius. But in the Orc Empire, where racial talents were high, this kind of strength was obviously not enough. Pornographic novels, Ron chuckled. How is it? Why don't you show yourself? I've been waiting to experience your powerful wind blades. B asterisk starred. The youth was angry. He knew that the other party had seen through him, so he attacked even more crazily. Unfortunately, the other party was like taking a stroll in the park. No matter how he attacked, it was useless. Damn it. The youth fiercely clenched his teeth, and with a whoosh, his body disappeared. Ron was slightly stunned. His expression was dignified. He spun the staff in his hand and tucked it under his armpit. He looked around, but the youth's figure had disappeared from the huge arena. The corners of Ron's mouth curled up slightly. Invisibility? I could do it too. At this time, Ron's body gradually became illusory, like a cloud of black fog. Not long after, he dissipated in the air. At this time, the arena was empty. No one knew where the two had gone. What happened? They both disappeared. What is this? At the most exciting part, the two disappeared. This time, some people could not stand it and began a clamor. Humans were animals that could be easily incited. For a moment, there were protests on the stage. The referee was helpless. Both of them had disappeared. None of them had encountered such a situation. What do we do now? One of the orc referees asked. The main referee pondered for a moment and slowly said, "One of them is a human thief. Don't worry, he will appear. I don't know what the other person's profession is. He doesn't look like a thief. Let's wait patiently." Another orc referee said helplessly. The youth was a little anxious. His time of invisibility was almost up, but he could not find his opponent's target. In this way, invisibility became meaningless. At this time, he heard the sound of wind behind his head. His heart was alarmed, but it was too late to dodge. He only felt a strong force and a sharp pain in his back. His entire body fell forward and flew out like a rolling gourd. He could not maintain his invisibility and revealed himself. At this time, the youth looked quite miserable. He scrambled to get up, and the two short blades were thrown away. "You lost." Ron walked closer step by step with a smile on his face. He pointed the bone staff in his hand forward and asked, "Do you still want to fight? Kill him, kill him, kill him." Seeing that the outcome of the battle had been decided, the spectators on the circular stage of the Colosseum stood up. Similar voices converged into a torrent that resounded throughout the entire Colosseum. Ron frowned. He was not used to this kind of fanatical atmosphere. He did not want to kill unless it was necessary. "I lost." The youth pretended to be a magical beast before the competition. Although it was a little shameless, he admitted defeat very quickly. He also realized that his strength was far inferior to his opponent's. Ron's face finally showed a smile. At this time, the orc referee walked to Ron's side, grabbed his hand, and raised it high. "Winner, Ron." Ron's victory did not win the respect of the audience. On the contrary, the orcs cursed and raised their middle fingers at Ron. They were looking forward to a bloody scene, but Ron did not give them the chance. "TSK. Boring. You didn't kill him." "Go to hell, human." The youth turned a deaf ear to the noise from the stage. He quickly walked to Ron's side and carefully sized him up. He sighed and said, "I lost, but can you tell me what your profession is?" "Of course, no problem." Ron smiled and paused for a moment. With a hint of pride, he said, "I'm a necromancer." After smiling, he turned and hurried away. "Necromancer?" The youth opened his mouth wide and stood there in a daze. It took him a while to come back to his senses. "Necromancer? He's actually a necromancer? That profession that's called trash?" Back in the box, Ron welcomed a big hug. Basara threw herself at Ron. her full breasts pressed tightly against his chest. She raised her head from Ron's embrace and smiled like a flower. "Ron, you're amazing. I'm proud of you." On the stage, she saw Ron's every move. In her heart, Ron was a hero. "Brother Ron." Rainey smiled and threw herself into his arms, giggling. "Brother Ron, congratulations on winning the competition." Kay also walked over and smiled. Morin sat on the sofa at the side. After hearing the news of Ron's victory, she rushed back to the box and waited for Ron for a while. Morin smiled. "Ron, you did well. You've passed the first round of preliminaries." "First round?" Ron heard and frowned. "For what you said, I seem to have to participate in the second and third round of preliminaries. Of course, there's so many contestants. It's not that easy to enter the finals." Mullen smiled and sized up his body. "Not bad. You didn't suffer any injuries. But when I said not bad, I was referring to your luck. Your opponent is actually a human." Ron straightened his back and said calmly, "No matter who my opponent is, I won't back down." "Not bad. I hope you can keep it up." Morin smiled. At this time, she smiled sweetly, revealing a charming smile. "You guys must be hungry. Let's go. I'll bring you guys for a meal. Now is the time for the battle of the strongest, and the restaurant is not booked yet." The first round of preliminaries on the first day ended quickly, followed by the second and third round of preliminaries. The contestants who participated in the battle of the strongest were eliminated, and more contestants left the arena. Ron was very lucky. His opponents in the second and third round were both humans. One was a paladin, and the other was a magician. With Ron's strength, he won easily and successfully passed the preliminaries. What surprised him was that Aojiao did not pass the preliminaries. He met the most powerful magical beast in the battle of the strongest, and unfortunately, he was eliminated. No advertisement, please come first. Chapter 329. The Four Corners Castle in Zoomer City was the private property of another Golden Beastman family. Tonight, a grand banquet was held here. Dutton from the Blood Fong tribe was the host of tonight's banquet. He was also the younger brother of the current king of the Beastman Empire, Salomon. Everyone called him Prince Dutton. According to seniority, Morin should call him Royal Uncle. However, as the Royal Uncle, Dutton was very young. He was only 3 years older than Molen and was a very approachable young beastman. He was very enthusiastic, outspoken, and good at socializing. In the circle of celebrities in the Beastman Imperial City, he was also a very important person. Although Dutton had an ugly orc face, he was elegant and experienced in handling matters. He had the demeanor of Salomon. "Cheers!" Dutton raised the cup in his hand high. The cup was filled with red liquid. Morin, Ron, Taishan, and the others also raised their cups and clinked it with Dutton's. They drank it in one gulp. Tonight's banquet in the Four Corners Castle was held for the experts of the Battle of the Strongest. Morin, who was also from the Golden family, was also invited. She brought Ron and the others to the banquet. Of course, other than Aojiao, he had already been eliminated and left the Thorny Flower tribe. Just as Morin said, the Thorny Flower tribe did not keep idle people. The banquet was filled with the so-called celebrities of the Beastman Empire's upper class. There were many people from the Golden family, and there were also high-ranking military figures. Even Salomon came to the Four Corners Castle and gave a short speech. Of course, with his noble status, he could not stay. After drinking 2 cups of wine, he hurriedly left. The banquet continued in a quiet atmosphere. Compared to the other Beastman warriors, Dutton's body was less than 2 meters. He looked thin and weak. However, his strength was very dazzling. He was only 28 years old, and he was already an intermediate great combat master. The Golden family of the Beastman was different from the human nobles. There was no trash in the Golden family of the Beastman. Morin drank until her face was red. She smiled and said, "Royal Uncle Dutton, thank you so much for your hospitality tonight." "Huh, Morin, we grew up together. You don't have to call me Royal Uncle. You didn't call me that when I met you. Why have you become so distant now that we've grown up?" Dutan chuckled. His hearty laughter was very touching. However, when facing Morin, Dutan unconsciously revealed a hint of passion. Basara gently touched Ron's arm. She covered her mouth and whispered, "Ron, do you have feelings for Big Sister?" "What do you mean?" Ron didn't quite understand. It's, I like her," Basara whispered. "Oh, really?" Ron glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, "Maybe, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Is it okay?" Basara's eyes flashed with a mischievous smile. "Why do I feel that Big Sister likes you?" PFFF. Ron almost spat out the mouthful of wine in his mouth. He choked and coughed. Don't mess around. She has nothing to do with me." Although Morin was very beautiful, Ron didn't have any feelings for her. He didn't like or hate her. It was just a deal between them. Basara whispered, blushing, "Don't be like that. I can see that she still cares about you. She's tough on the mouth, but soft on the heart. She even asked me about your situation in private." Ron smiled bitterly. "You don't understand. Between me and her, it's more of a deal. She thinks that I can get a place in the Beastman Empire's battle of the strongest." The two of them had already attracted Dutan's attention. He smiled and walked over with a cup in his hand. "Ron, you're on, right? You did well in the battle of the strongest." He raised his cup. Dutan didn't know Ron, so he didn't go to Ron's competition. He also didn't know how Ron performed. Among so many people in a banquet, he only remembered Ron's name and that he was the representative of the Thorny Flower tribe in the battle of the strongest. This showed that he had excellent memory. "Ron, this is the Beastman Empire's Prince Dutan." Morin reminded Ron, telling him not to be rude. "You." Ron smiled faintly and clinked his cup with Dutan's. However, he didn't drink. Dutan drank it. After drinking it, he was slightly stunned. "Ron," Morin was so angry that her eyebrows were raised. She glared at him fiercely. This was a very rude behavior. "Sorry, I still have a competition tomorrow." Ron did it on purpose. He was unhappy with this so-called Prince Dutan, so he purposely put him in his place. He smiled and put down his cup. "I drank enough today. It's okay, it's okay." Dutan smiled generously and waved his hand. "I'll go accompany the other guests. Morin, you guys continue. Don't leave too early." "Yes, Uncle Dutan." Morin had a sweet smile on her face as she left with Dutan. In reality, her heart was burning with anger. When she passed by Ron, she reached out her slender fingers and pinched Ron's back hard. Ron didn't move. He frowned. "Brother Ron, what's wrong with you? What do you feel uncomfortable?" Raindrop was biting a big piece of meat. The meat juice splashed everywhere. Her mouth was slurred. "I'm fine. I was just bitten by a mosquito." Ron didn't even turn his head. His expression was normal. "Oh." Raindrop nodded as if she understood. Morin's lungs were about to explode from anger. This despicable human. How dare he call me a mosquito? She stomped her foot and left with Dutan in a fit of pique. This scene was caught by the sharp-eyed Taishan. He smiled foolishly and lowered his head. At this time, Kay stood up and smiled. "Sister, Brother Ron, Brother Taishan, I'm going to the toilet." "Go." Basara smiled. Pornographic novel, she nodded. The Four Corners Castle was as luxurious as the Thorny Flower Castle, but it was much bigger. The densely packed rooms were like a maze, and finding a toilet wasn't easy. Of course, the service of the banquet was also very good. There was a beautiful human attendant at every corner of the banquet, providing service to all the guests. After asking the human attendant for directions to the toilet, Kay walked towards the direction she pointed out. In a dark corner of the four-cornered castle, two young figures were constantly entangled. The man was extremely handsome and charming, but the woman was extremely ugly. However, a human's face didn't seem to be an obstacle for the man. At this moment, the man was kissing her passionately, from her mouth, to her face, to her neck, and then to her chest. Slowly he kissed down. The woman seemed to be enjoying the man's passion. She closed her eyes comfortably and let the man do whatever he wanted. She mumbled something. If Ron was here, he would be shocked to see these two people. He knew both of them. One was Omega, whom he had fought with before. The other was Tommy, who had killed his father. Tommy's father, Wharton from the Sacred Domain, died in Ron's hands. Tommy was passionate about the woman in front of him. He did everything he could to win her over. Other than Omega, he had nothing left. As Wharton's illegitimate son, Tommy couldn't inherit Wharton's huge inheritance. The only thing left for him was this marriage. Although this marriage involved politics, it was also Tommy's last hope. After Wharton's death, his marriage with Omega was opposed by some people in the Beaumont clan. Only Omega, who had her heart captured, persisted. Only then could he live a luxurious life in the Beaumont clan as her fiancé. Otherwise, he would have to face the embarrassment of being kicked out. Therefore, Tommy, who was not very strong but knew how to take advantage of opportunities, could only desperately grab the Beaumont clan's fiancée. So far, he had been very successful. Omega loved him deeply. Omega also came to participate in the Battle of the Young Masters. Firstly, there was a lot of pressure from the clan to separate her from Tommy, so she wanted to come out and get some fresh air. Secondly, she was also very interested in the Battle of the Young Masters. For the Beaumont clan, who had super strong bodies, winning the championship was just a piece of cake. In the end, she decided to participate under Tommy's instigation. The Beaumont clan was very famous. Dutton wanted to invite the guests of the Battle of the Young Masters to a banquet. So how could he miss out on Omega, who was strong and in the limelight in the competition? He easily inquired about Omega's whereabouts in Zoomer City, and then the invitation card was sent to him. As expected, Behemoth's appearance received a hero's welcome. All the orcs present treated her as the most honorable guest. Even Tommy felt like he was basking in the glow of glory. They all drank a little too much tonight. Taking advantage of the alcohol, they began to make love outside a secluded toilet. Tommy's mouth kept moving downwards. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Omega also became excited and moaned softly. Although her face was ugly, her body was very hot. Tommy had long been used to it. When the lights were turned off, it was all the same. At this time, Tommy's perverted hands had reached for Omega's chest. With a little force, the evening dress that Omega was wearing for the banquet was torn off. No, don't. Seemingly aware of her fiancé's intentions, Omega's face had a trace of shyness. However, her body was as soft as mud. She, who had great strength, was like a docile lamb in front of this weak human. Don't worry, dear. There's no one here. Tommy panted heavily. His enthusiasm almost melted Omega. Ah, Omega moaned softly, as if acquiescing to Tommy's behavior, making him even more unscrupulous. Dear, I love you. I want to have a son with you. No, a lot of Beaumont. Tommy's words were like a bucket of cold water that splashed Omega awake instantly. No. Omega pushed Tommy away and screamed. Tommy was stunned. He didn't expect Omega's enthusiasm to disappear so quickly. He stood there in a daze. Omega tidied her clothes and said softly, Dear, it's very late. Let's go back. With a pull of Tommy, she turned around and left with a flushed face. Dear, what's going on? At this moment, Tommy was going crazy. Omega's sudden change shocked him. What was even more depressing was that he didn't know anything and couldn't grasp Omega's mentality. This was not a good sign for him. At this moment, Tommy was filled with insecurity. Omega didn't answer. She turned and walked away quickly. After taking a few steps, her footsteps suddenly stopped. Her face revealed an expression of disbelief. Omega saw a familiar person, and this person, she never imagined that he would appear here. Chapter 330. K. Omega was a little surprised, but in the next moment, a playful smile appeared on her face. Wonderful Eastern style, Riding Kay's face showed a trace of fear towards the person he called his sister. This fear was mixed with a strong sense of anger, and his body trembled violently due to anger and fear. Omega's mother was a pure-blooded Beaumont, while Kay's mother was a lowly human. Unlike Omega, Kay had inherited his mother's beautiful and thin features, and he looked more like a human. Seeing the fear on Kay's face, Omega's lips curled into a cold smile. Hee, Kay, I didn't expect to see you here. Tommy quickly chased after them, and glanced at Kay, frowned, and asked gently, Dear, who is he? Omega glanced at Tommy, smiled, and replied, "He is my younger brother, my biological younger brother." Omega purposely emphasized the last sentence and looked at Kay with a mocking gaze. Kay's fists gradually tightened, and his eyes turned blood red. He didn't expect to see her here, his sister who was called a demon. He couldn't forget how this sister of his had beaten him, and how she had beaten him until he had to lie in bed for months, and how she had stuffed his head into a pit of feces. Although Omega was his biological sister, she was the one who had bullied him the most. In Kay's eyes, the so-called family had long been replaced by hatred, and Kay's escape from the Beaumont territory was largely related to her. There was no familial affection between the magical beasts. There was only the natural law of survival of the fittest. This principle was very well interpreted by the Behemoth clan. Oh, a fawning smile appeared on Tommy's face. It was a smile he had shown to every single member of the Beaumont clan. "So he's also a Beaumont," Tommy said with a smile. My name is Tommy. I'm your sister's husband." He had long called himself Omega's husband, and Omega was already used to it. "He, Beaumont? No, he's just a piece of trash." Omega sneered. "A complete piece of trash." "Ga." Tommy was a little surprised. He didn't expect Omega to have such a reaction. Didn't it sound very unfriendly? Kate, angry, pornographic novel, he clenched his fists. If he could, he wanted to punch Omega's ugly face a few times, but he endured it in the end. Kay knew in his heart that he was definitely not Omega's opponent. If he fought with her, he would only be abused. Looking at Kay's clean and thin face that was different from the Beastmen, Omega only felt a burst of disgust. She didn't know why, but ever since Kay came out, she didn't like him. This kind of attitude directly turned into violence. Because of Omega's instigation, Kay's childhood was an unbearable journey. If he could, he wished that he didn't come to this world. Omega laughed. "What are you doing here? My trash brother. You mouth." "Don't call me brother. I don't have a sister like you." Kay screamed, his chest violently moved up and down because of anger. "Hee, so it's a human. I thought it was a Beaumont. Sure enough, it's a piece of trash." After Tommy understood Omega's thoughts, he turned hostile faster than flipping a book. But he was wrong. He thought Kay was a human. Omega didn't care about Kay's roar. Kay, don't tell me you're also participating in this year's tournament of the strongest young masters. If that's the case, then it's great. I can teach you a lesson again. Of course, if you have the ability to make it to the finals." Omega had a mocking smile, her cold words like a sword piercing Kay's heart. His anger was ignited in an instant. At this moment, Kay couldn't bear it anymore. He finally exploded. "Go to hell." Kay's eyes became blood red. At this moment, he began to transform. Long hair grew out, covering his whole body. Sharp claws also emerged from his armor. His whole body became huge. Not long after, a valiant Beaumont majestically appeared in front of Omega and Tommy. Tommy mistakenly thought that Kay was a human. When Kay revealed his true form, he was scared silly, his body trembling. Kay roared and pounced, his sharp claws shining with a cold light. "Don't panic. Although he's a Beaumont, he's still a piece of trash." Omega smiled. "I don't need to transform to defeat him." With that, Omega's body suddenly accelerated, punching towards the huge Beaumont. "Gotcha!" A miserable cry came from Kay's mouth. Omega's strength was astonishing. With just one punch, his arm was dislocated and his huge body fell to the ground. "Hee, you piece of trash. You actually dare to make a move against me?" Omega's eyes were filled with coldness. She didn't give up and punched Kay's body with her shining fists. Kay was beaten until he was rolling on the ground. "Pa, pa." The sound of bones breaking came from his body. Omega's attacks were very measured. She controlled her strength very precisely. She didn't hurt his appearance and only broke his bones. When she beat Kay, the adults didn't come out. Also, with Kay's position in the Beaumont family, they didn't care even if they came out. That's right. That's how a piece of trash should be beaten. Tommy's fear had long disappeared. What replaced it was a kind of excitement, the pleasure of ravaging the weak. He couldn't help but cheer for Omega. In a luxurious hall, the banquet was still going on. At this moment, a commotion came from the east side of the hall. Ah, it's you. Master Zhu is here. Master Zhu. Who is he? He is Master Zhu, who ranked 5th in the last Young Masters tournament. TSK, TSK, TSK. Master Zhu said earlier that this year, he must make it to the top 3. The guests were discussing animatedly. As a figure stepped into the whole hall became lively. In the hall, no matter whether it was the orcs or the humans, everyone held their breaths and quietly waited for their idol, the young expert of the Orc Empire, the Wind Knight, Zhu. Zhu wasn't tall. On the contrary, he looked a little short. His face was expressionless. With a hint of calmness that was rarely seen among the young men, he slowly walked into the hall. Morin had already returned to Ron's side. When Zhu appeared, a trace of excitement flashed through her beautiful eyes. Ron, he is Zhu. Ron had already arrived at this orc knight, who was like the moon surrounded by stars. He slowly nodded his head. This was his strongest opponent. Raindrop glanced at Zhu, but she didn't seem to care. TSK, he is not as handsome as my brother Ron. Morin looked over unhappily. Ron also glared at her fiercely. Raindrop was shocked. What's wrong with these two today? It was as if they had eaten gunpowder. Neezy sensibly closed her mouth and didn't dare to say anything. Hey, why are you like this when you go to the washroom? Becerra was full. She was a little worried when she saw the empty seat beside her. Sorry, I need to go to the washroom. Ron finished his meal. He stood up and took a napkin to wipe his mouth. Kay was a very sensible child. He was a little worried when she went to the washroom. After a while, Omega finally stopped. She revealed a relaxed smile. Do you know how powerful I am? Do you think a piece of trash like you is qualified to fight with me? Kay was completely lying on the ground. He was on the verge of death. He was only breathing out, not in. I didn't expect him to be a Beaumont. He is so weak. At this moment, Tommy came up and laughed. Don't say that. Even with your strength, you can easily beat him down. Omega clapped her hands and laughed. Tommy's eyes lit up when he heard that. Even I can. Why else would he be a piece of trash? Omega laughed. Kay was lying on the ground. All the bones in his body were broken. He lay there motionless. The only thing he could move was his pair of eyes. These eyes were staring at them, shooting out deep-rooted hatred. Tommy glanced at the young man's eyes. He felt as if he was being stared at by a wild beast. He couldn't help but shiver. Omega was somewhat dissatisfied. You good for nothing. You're afraid of a piece of trash? Tommy smiled with difficulty. No, it's this pair of eyes. It's making me uncomfortable. Omega coldly snorted. She kicked Kay and said, Trash, what are you? Then I'll dig your eyes out. At this time, Tommy's heart moved. He laughed. Why don't we just kill him? Anyway, this piece of trash is a waste of food in this world. It will bring shame to your Beaumont's name. Think about it. If my strength can defeat this Beaumont, won't your Beaumont clan feel ashamed? That's true. Omega pondered for a moment and laughed. Her eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. She laughed and said, Since that's the case, I'll send him on his way so that he won't suffer in this world. Omega slowly clenched her fists, making a pi-pi-pa-pa sound. Her fists were shining with light. She laughed sinisterly and approached step by step. Goodbye, Kay, you loathsome piece of trash. Omega sneered. Her fist suddenly struck out. With a strong wind sound, it blasted towards Kay's head. This fist was not as simple as breaking bones. She wanted to take Kay's life. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Omega and Kay. Following that, a huge shield came out of nowhere and quickly erected. Hong! Omega's fist landed on the shield. She used so much force that it made a loud noise. The dust on the ceiling fell to the ground with a plop sound. Omega was slightly startled. When she saw the person who came, her eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. Ron? Chapter 331. Ron's face sank. He retracted his bone shield and glanced at it, only to see that Omega's attack had already caved in. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. Seeing Ron, Tommy's face flashed with a trace of astonishment, which was quickly replaced by a look of hatred. He had a grudge against Ron for killing his father. Omega's face also showed a trace of fear. That battle with Ron's zombie puppet gave her a taste of death for the first time in her life. If she had not risked her life to break through the domain, perhaps she would not be here today. Omega did not know that Ron's zombie speck had already been destroyed by the Holy Sea. Glancing at Tommy, Omega forced herself to calm down and asked coldly, "Ron, what are you doing here?" Ron did not answer. He glanced at Kay, who was lying on the ground, and said coldly, "Both of you are from the same clan. You're all members of the Beaming clan. Is there a need to be so ruthless?" Omega heard and snorted coldly. "It's none of your business." She frowned and glanced at Ron. "You're with this trash?" Ron nodded calmly and said coldly, "Kay is my friend. I won't let you kill her." "Ron, how dare you interfere with the affairs of my Beaumont clan?" Omega's eyes were filled with anger. "So what?" Ron said coldly. Seeing Kay beaten to such a state, his words carried some anger. Seeing Ron angry, Omega felt a trace of fear in her heart. Perhaps it was because she had lost a Ron before, so she did not have much confidence when she spoke. Omega's tone softened, and she squeezed out a smile with difficulty. Hee, I was just joking with him. He's my biological brother. How could I kill him?" "Your biological brother?" Ron looked at her in surprise. He did not hear the conversation between Kay and Omega. When he arrived, he saw Omega suddenly attacking. He glanced at Kay, who was lying on the ground, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. He thought to himself, even if they were biological siblings, this is too heavy. "Of course, you can ask him if you don't believe me," Omega said with a smile. Ron was suspicious, but he did not understand the situation, so he could only keep a straight face and did not make a sound. Omega was afraid of Ron. How could Ron not be afraid of Omega? He had lost the headless corpse and zombie speck. In terms of strength, he was no match for Omega. Omega smiled. Hee, since Kay's your friend, then I won't disturb you." She lowered her ugly face slightly and bowed slightly. Then she turned around and quickly left with Tommy. Seeing Omega and Tommy's figures disappear at the end of the corridor, Ron let out a light breath. His clenched fists relaxed. At this moment, his heart was very heavy. He understood Kay's situation very well. It was not that he did not want to fight with Omega, but his strength was too far from Omega's. Zombie Speck had already been destroyed, so he had no chance of winning against Omega. With the Broken Bone Shield, Omega's strength was already so powerful without transforming. Once she revealed her body, how terrifying would her strength be? "I'm still too weak." Ron sighed. His heart became heavy. He suddenly realized that his strength was still too far away from a truly high-end genius race. In the past, he did not feel it because of the strength of his zombie. Now that he had lost his zombie, his weakness in strength was revealed. Sighing slightly, Ron's eyes fell on Kay's body. He did not know when he had fainted. There were no wounds on his body, but Ron knew that almost all of his bones were broken. He took out Zombie Aryan from his space bag and used it to cast a healing technique. After a dazzling flash of light, Kay's eyelids moved. He finally opened his eyes. Looking at Ron beside her, Kay blinked. "Big brother Ron, I already in heaven." "No, you're not dead." Ron smiled. "I saved you." "Not dead?" Kay was shocked. His body immediately turned back into a human. He got up, his eyes full of surprise. "It's true, my injuries are all healed. It's all thanks to him." Ron smiled and told Kay about how he had refined the zombies. Kay suddenly realized what had happened. "Undead magic is really amazing," Kay said sincerely. "By the way, where's that bitch?" Kay asked coldly when he did not see Omega. "You're that Omega?" "She just left." Ron frowned. "Isn't she your sister? How could she do this to you?" "Don't say the word sister." When Kay heard this, the anger in his heart was aroused. He glanced at Ron and felt that he had lost his composure. He lowered his head. "I'm sorry, big brother Ron." "It's okay." Ron sighed. He had already guessed that Kay and Beaumont's relationship was bad, but he did not expect it to be bad to this extent. He rubbed Kay's head. "Let's go, Becerra, and the rest must be waiting anxiously." "Omega, why didn't you kill Ron just now and avenge my father?" On the other side of the corridor, Tommy clenched his fists and shouted at Omega. At this moment, his face was ferocious and the veins on his forehead were popping. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just now, he wanted to rush up and kill Ron, but he did not dare because he knew that he was not Ron's opponent. His only hope was his wife, Omega. Omega slowly raised her head and coldly glanced at him. "Tommy, watch your tone. Are you ordering me?" After being glared at by Omega, Tommy's anger disappeared completely. Everything he had now, including his luxurious life, depended on this person. In front of her, Tommy did not have much confidence. He laughed a few times, and his smile was a little stiff. "Hee, my dear, aren't I anxious to avenge our father? There is such a chance just now, why didn't you kill him? There is such a chance just now, why didn't you kill him?" Omega coldly snorted and asked. This. Tommy thought that he was not Ron's opponent, so he thought about it and did not say this sentence. "You also know that you're not his opponent, right?" As if seeing through Tommy's thoughts, Omega sneered and continued. "Then do you know that I must be his opponent? Don't tell me you've forgotten how we ran away last time. If he summons that terrifying corpse, what should we do? You. Omega was a little annoyed. She raised the level of porn. She raised her voice. Tommy was scolded by Omega to the point that he did not dare to raise his head and could only answer obediently. "You don't have the strength to avenge yourself, but you expect others to die for you. You're so useless." Omega poked Tommy's forehead and scolded. Then my father's revenge, is that it?" Tommy said somewhat dejectedly. Looking at the dejected man in front of her, Omega sighed and touched his face. "It's not that I don't want to avenge you, but now is not the time. Ron is too strong, and I don't have the confidence to deal with that terrifying corpse of his. Wait for 2 more years, when I become an adult." Omega's eyes were cold. Ron's appearance made her lose face in front of the person she loved the most. She, a Beaumont, had never lowered her voice in front of a human being. "As long as I become an adult, my strength will reach the sacred domain. At that time, I will be able to avenge your father," Omega said firmly, as if she was making an oath. Tommy was excited. He suddenly hugged Omega in his arms and kissed her affectionately. "I believe in you, my dear." At this moment, Omega's anger had disappeared, and she returned to her cute and lovable appearance. Tommy repeated the same trick, and Omega became as soft as mud, panting after a while. Tommy kissed her, and after a while, he raised his head and said seriously, "My dear, can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead," Omega murmured, and at this moment, she was panting. "Why? You don't seem to want to have children with me?" Tommy asked the question he had been most concerned about. Upon hearing this, Omega's enthusiasm instantly faded. She straightened up, pushed Tommy away, and said indifferently, "Do you really want to know?" Tommy nodded slowly. "Okay, I'll tell you," Omega said calmly. Omega took a deep breath. "I hope I can have a son in the future, but it might be a son. But no matter if it's a son or a son, it must be a Beaumont with an excellent bloodline. Do you understand?" Tommy said, "My dear, this is no conflict with our child. Can't I give birth to a strong Beaumont with you? Come on, you still don't understand." Omega sighed, touched his face, and said, "It's not easy for us Beaumont to raise, so I have to ensure that what I have is a Beaumont with an excellent bloodline. This you can't do." "What?" Tommy was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was filled with shock, and he just stood there blankly. Omega smiled and took the initiative to kiss Tommy's face. "My dear, I love you. I promise you anything, except for children." With a smile, she turned and left. "Wait!" Tommy screamed, his face filled with intense anger. At this moment, he felt the most humiliated. "You want a Beaumont with an excellent bloodline. Then who are you going to look for?" Omega stopped, turned her head slightly, and said calmly, "I can look for anyone, as long as he's a pure-blooded Beaumont. I don't want a useless person like Kay who only has the body of a Beaumont, but not the strength of a Beaumont." With that, Omega ignored Tommy, turned, and left. Night. It was very quiet. In a long corridor, Tommy's body seemed to have lost all its strength, and he leaned softly against the wall. Early the next morning, in a luxurious hotel in Zoomer City, Ron, Iron Mountain, Morin, Becerra, and Raindrop were all in Ron's room. Ron looked at the name list of the group of the Battle of the Young Masters in front of him, and he was a little stunned. Morin, who was beside him, also looked worried. The Battle of the Young Masters had entered the group stage, and it was divided into 8 groups, with 8 people in each group. There were a total of 64 people participating in the competition. Most of the people participating in the group stage were magical beasts and orcs, with a small number of humans. Ron was one of these few humans. However, Ron's luck was very bad, very bad. He was assigned to the 4th group, and there were no humans in the 4th group except for him. Morin let out a long sigh. The official group list of the Battle of the Young Masters is out, but there are only names on it, not races and professions. I've done my research and written them down for you, but you're in the 4th group. Morin bit her lips, showing her inner anxiety. She shook her head and whispered, now the outside world is saying that the 4th group is the group of death. Ron, I don't know what to do. Chapter 332. Morin sighed softly. There are a total of 8 groups, with 8 contestants in each group. The first contestant in each group will advance directly to the semifinals. Ron, I'm a little worried. Ron quietly looked at the name list in his hand. Other than him, the other 7 contestants were all magical beasts. As a human, it was very strange for him to be placed in this group. Remember High Show? They're all magical beasts. Morin let out a long sigh, disappointment written all over her face. To be honest, ever since she received the name list for the group competition, she no longer had any confidence in Ron's ranking. She glanced at Ron, her eyes flashing with a trace of pity. The group competition was the best way to advance to the semifinals. The competition was cruel, and the magical beasts were strong. Failure meant death. Morin couldn't help but say, Ron, why don't you just give up? Her voice was very soft, like a mosquito's buzz. She didn't know why she suddenly said such words. Wasn't Ron's participation in the Battle of the Strongest because of her? Ron quietly looked at the name list in his hand. Omega's name was on the list, and she was his opponent for the next round. Ron took a deep breath, calming his nervous heart. He glanced at Morin, his eyes flashing with determination. No. Morin looked up in astonishment. Even if I fail, I will persevere until the end. This is my promise to the person I love the most. Ron looked up at the sky. In a trance, the figure of an old man appeared in front of him, giving him a gratified smile. The noisy round arena was already crowded with spectators. Because it was the group competition, it was more intense than the preliminary round. So there were more spectators than before, almost bursting the arena. Today, there were 4 groups of matches, the legendary group of death. The entire group was made up of magical beasts, and only Ron was a human. Hey, did you hear that? There's actually a human in group 4. The legendary group of death. He was an orc. Although he wasn't participating in the competition, he was as excited as the contestants. Human? He actually made it to the group stage? Then his luck is pretty good. The one who spoke was another orc. His most eye-catching feature was his big beard. He smiled and said, but there's no luck in the next round. Other than him, all the other members in the 4th group are demons. A weak human, actually fell head first into a group of death filled with magical beasts. If I were him, I'm afraid I'd be straight into a pornographic novel. Have you accepted the forfeit? The orc chuckled. That's right. He has no chance at all. The bearded orc laughed. None of the spectators believed in Ron. In the eyes of the beastmen, humans were the synonym of inferior and weak. Being able to enter the group stage was all due to luck. Let's begin the second round of the group battle. Let's welcome contestants Omega and Ron. The sound of the magic loudspeaker echoed in the big arena. For a moment, the whole arena was in an uproar. What? The human's opponent is actually Omega. An orc on the stage said in surprise. If I'm not wrong, Omega is the Beaumont of the demons. Just 2 days ago, in this big arena, she just tore a powerful demons apart. The Beaumont clan is the king of the kings of the demons. Their bloodline talent is at the peak. Not to mention us orcs, even the normal demons don't challenge them. Except for the dragons. The bearded orc pondered and said, "That human is dead. He has no chance, not even a single point." Chance? After knowing that his opponent is Beaumont, I'm afraid he'll forfeit the moment he gets on the stage. Another orc on the side mocked. One was the Beaumont clan with the highest bloodline talent, the other was a lowly human. Almost everyone in the audience didn't know Ron. In a luxurious contestants' lounge, Omega and Tommy were making love. This was specially provided for the competition. When they heard the name announced by the magic loudspeaker, they were stunned. What? It's Ron? He's also here to participate in the tournament of the top young masters? Tommy's face was full of disbelief. I should have guessed it when he appeared in the castle of the Four Corners. Omega took a deep breath. I didn't expect to meet him. Tommy looked at Omega. He wanted her to kill Ron to avenge his father, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. His opponent was Ron. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done it the night before in the castle of the Four Corners. Omega was also hesitating. She didn't know how to deal with such a situation. If she fought, she seemed to be no match for him. If she didn't fight, she would feel embarrassed. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," Tommy said grumpily. A human servant in revealing clothes came in. She smiled sweetly and said, "Sister Omega, the competition invites you to the gladiator arena to participate in the group matches. Your opponent, Ron, has been waiting for a long time." "Got it." Tommy waved his hand and said, "Let's go down in a bit." The servant closed the door and left. What should I do? Tommy was at a loss. In this situation, he couldn't make up his mind. Omega thought for a while and said, "I'll go first." She stood up. In the circular gladiator arena, Ron stood tall and straight. Beside him was a beastman referee. It was the same one from before. When he saw Ron enter the arena, he couldn't help but look at him a few more times. The bloodstains on the gladiator arena had yet to dry. The two magical beasts of the fourth group had already engaged in a bloody battle. One side was a Gale Snow Wolf, while the other side was a Tamil Tiger. Both were Class 9 magical beasts. When the two met, an earth-shattering battle broke out. In the end, the Tamil Tiger was no match for the Gale Snow Wolf. After admitting defeat, it withdrew from the battle. However, the battle was still very thrilling. Today, Ron was wearing a light gray robe. The chest and shoulders of the robe were embroidered with sinister skulls. A black cloak was draped over his shoulders. He held the staff of inheritance in his hand. Unconsciously, his hands were covered in cold sweat. Today's opponent was Omega, the powerful Beaumont clan. What will come, will come. Ron sighed in his heart. He took a deep breath and glanced at the high stage. He knew that there was a child on the stage, quietly watching him. "Brother Ron, please, you must kill Omega." Ron recalled Kay's words before he left. At that time, besides killing intent, Kay's eyes were also filled with deep sorrow. How could he not want to take revenge himself? Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability. In an instant, Ron's eyes burned with fighting spirit. "Come, even without the help of the zombies, I must kill Omega. Even if it's for Kay, who has always been bullied." After knowing Kay's encounter, Ron was filled with sympathy for the helpless Kay. He seemed to see a shadow of his childhood in Kay. Hula. At this time, cheers came from the stage. Ron focused his eyes and saw that the door opposite the arena had opened. Omega walked out with an angry face. Everyone admired the strong. Omega's appearance naturally received a hero's welcome. In the most honorable private room in the center of the arena, Salomon, Li Jia, and the others were sitting there. However, there was an additional person today, Dutan. Morin was gently massaging her grandfather, Li Jia's shoulders. However, she seemed to be a little absent-minded. "Niece Morin, is that the rancor that your thorny flower tribe sent out?" Salomon asked with a smile. "Yes." Morin nodded slightly. His luck isn't too good. Not only was he placed in the group of death, but his first match was against the Beaumont clan's genius, Omega. According to our information, Omega is the strongest rancor in the entire young tournament. Dutan said calmly. Morin lowered her head, her eyes dim. Logically speaking, she didn't like Ron. Yesterday, she was soft-hearted and asked Ron to give up the competition. However, she didn't expect him to reject her. At this time, Li Jia, who was sitting beside her, frowned and muttered in his heart. Ron? Where have I heard this name before? I can't remember. Sigh, old people just can't do it. It's really you. In the arena, Omega walked in front of Ron. Her ugly face stared into Ron's eyes as she spoke fiercely. Ron smiled faintly. I was also surprised to know that you are also participating in the young tournament. Ron smiled faintly, his eyes filled with confidence. He lifted his cloak, revealing the orange legendary staff. Come, Omega. This battle isn't about the glory of winning or losing, because this battle is for Kay. He asked me to. Ron paused for a moment. His face darkened, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Kill. The provocative words that were filled with killing intent shocked Omega. Her originally unsteady heart began to waver. Although she tried her best to keep a calm face, her heart was already in turmoil. The orc judge was also shocked. Ron's toughness was beyond his expectations. After knowing that Ron's opponent was Beaumont, he already had the idea that Ron was going to withdraw from the competition. He swallowed the words that he had prepared long ago and asked in disbelief. You want to fight? Aren't you going to forfeit? The orc judge stuttered. Ron glanced at him and replied in a deep voice, Of course. Who said I was going to forfeit? The orc judge shrugged helplessly. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. You actually want to challenge a Beaumont. Is a Beaumont that easy to deal with? What about you? Dear Sister Omega, the orc judge asked Omega with a professional smile. Omega fell silent when she heard this. At this moment, she was in a dilemma. Ron had shown great confidence since the beginning. Of course, Omega knew where his confidence came from. A battle puppet with a domain had always been a nightmare that she could not get rid of. At this moment, the audience on the stage was getting impatient. Why are you still squeaking? Do you still want to fight? Of course not. Our opponent is the most powerful Beaumont. If you don't want to fight, then forfeit immediately. Don't waste time. Quickly forfeit. We are still waiting for an exciting match. The audience clamored, and their voices gradually converged together to form a torrent. Forfeit, forfeit, forfeit. This voice was very soft at first, but it gradually became louder. After a while, the entire Colosseum was filled with this voice. Everyone shouted in unison, and their voices shook the entire Colosseum. In the luxurious central box, Dutton smiled. Morin, everyone's method is the same as mine. Morin did not answer. She only bit her lips with a complicated expression. The voices on the stage exerted a great deal of pressure on Omega. She was unable to make a decision for a moment. In the end, her reason to save her life prevailed. She looked deeply at Ron, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, I forfeit. Chapter 333. I forfeit. As soon as these 3 words were spoken, the entire gladiator arena fell silent. Everyone revealed an extremely shocked expression. Ron also opened his mouth wide enough to swallow a duck egg. This was completely out of his expectations. He couldn't think of a reason for Omega to forfeit. Omega's forfeit shocked everyone. How can this be? Beaumont forfeited? I didn't hear wrong. Beaumont forfeited himself. How can this be? Beaumont also forfeited? The people on the stage were in an uproar. They discussed animatedly. No one believed that Beaumont, who was so powerful, would forfeit and give up the match. What happened? Morin's eyes were wide open. They were doomed to lose the match, but at this moment, there was a turning point. Beaumont, who was known as the strongest in the Young Masters tournament, actually chose to forfeit. Salomon also recovered from his shock and smiled. Although I don't know why, this guy seems to be very lucky. The orc judge also couldn't believe it. He stuttered, Sister Omega, forfeiting means giving up the right to compete. In other words, you admit defeat. Are you sure this is your true intention? Omega was a little angry. Are you deaf? Of course it's my true intention. Then she fiercely glared at Ron and proudly said, "Ron, you win this time. Let me tell you, next time, you won't be so lucky." Then, under the eyes of everyone on the stage, she held her head high and strode out of the Colosseum. In the vast Colosseum, there was only a stunned Ron left. The orc judge and Ron looked at each other in confusion. That orc judge had no choice but to raise Ron's arm. Contestant Omega forfeited. The winner is contestant Ron. As soon as his voice fell, the audience on the stage cursed angrily. Countless snacks, nutshells, and so on are all thrown down. Win your mother, victory my ass. With this human strength, how can he defeat Beaumont? If Beaumont hadn't given up on the competition, do you think a lowly human could have won? What a lucky guy. F*CKU. Ron was also quite innocent. He wanted to have a fair fight with Omega, but unfortunately, she didn't give him the chance. Helpless, he could only walk down the stage step by step. On the way back to the contestant lounge, Ron ran into the old beast man who had tested his age. At this moment, the old beast man was smiling as he glanced at Ron. "Not bad. Your body doesn't have any scars." "Forfeit." Without waiting for Ron to answer, he continued, "But it's normal for you to forfeit. Your opponent is the powerful Beaumont." Ron smiled. "I wanted to fight with her, but unfortunately, she forfeited in the end." "What?" The old beast man trembled and looked at him in disbelief. Ron didn't need to go down with him anymore. He shook his head and walked away. I really didn't expect that the powerful Beaumont would forfeit." The old beast man murmured as he looked at Ron's back. Omega. Although he had won the match, Ron did not feel the slightest bit of excitement. He only felt a bone-piercing chill. Omega's strength had always been a heavy stone weighing down on his heart. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in Ron's eyes. He raised his head slightly. It was Morin. Morin was wearing a long azure dress today. She looked delicate and charming. Half of her body was leaning against the wall. She had been waiting for Ron for a long time. Seeing him walk over, Morin immediately stood up and revealed a rare smile. "Ron, I knew you would pass by here." Ron smiled and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" "Congratulations on passing the first round of group matches." Morin smiled and gave her blessings. "Thank you." Ron nodded slightly. Morin smiled and slowly walked in front of Ron. She did something that he didn't expect. She reached out her hand and tidied up Ron's collar. Then, she pulled up his hair and tilted her head. She looked at him carefully for a while. "Not bad. You look much more handsome like this." Then she smiled. "Although I don't know why, I'm very satisfied with your performance so far." Ron was speechless for a while. Liang Kai said slowly, "You came here just to give me this?" "Of course not." Morin smiled. "I'm here to tell you about your opponent for the next round. At the same time, I want to warn you not to let your guard down." After a slight pause, Morin said, "Your opponent for the second round of group matches has been confirmed. It's the rank 9 Blizzard Wolf that defeated the Tamil Tiger previously, Ron. It won't be easy to pass this round." "Rank 9 Blizzard Wolf?" Ron nodded slightly. A trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. "I'll be careful. Ron, you can do it," Morin encouraged. However, in her eyes, other than encouragement, there seemed to be something else. After this round, Ron was given the title of Lucky Kid. Everyone who looked back on his experience found that he seemed to be full of luck all the way. All his opponents in the preliminaries were humans, and he passed the first round of group matches easily. Not many humans could do this. In the gladiator arena, a medium-sized orc was overlooking the entire gladiator arena from a high railing. It was a rare place for others to reach. He stood there quietly without saying a word. At this moment, a smiling face appeared behind him and said with a smile, "Brother, you're daydreaming here again." The man who was called Brother was Zhu. The one who spoke was his younger brother, Laidon. He was 8 years older than Zhu. Leiden's occupation was different from Zhu's. He was a shaman and also a contestant in the Young Masters tournament. Shaman was a special occupation. It was similar to human magicians. They could attack from a distance. However, the orc's innate talent made this occupation powerful in close combat. Zhu's younger brother, Laidon, was a shaman who could attack from a distance. Shaman's occupation could be divided into apprentice shaman, shaman, totem shaman, great totem shaman, and prophet. Prophet was the level of a powerful warrior in the sacred domain. Zhu glanced at his younger brother and nodded slightly as a greeting. He then took a deep breath and said, "I like to stay at a high place and think about things quietly. The wind blowing in my face makes me feel clear-headed." Zhu and Ladon came from a poor orc family. Their parents were both dead, so they relied on each other. It was not easy for them to get to where they were today, especially Zhu. He was warmly received by the Beast King Salomon because he got 5th place in the last Young Masters tournament. Zhu was a quiet person, but his younger brother, Ladon, was the opposite. He was very cheerful and talkative. Ladon climbed up and stood next to Zhu. He was very excited. "Brother, did you hear that? Contestant Beaumont Omega, who you thought was the strongest opponent in the Young Masters tournament, has withdrawn from the Young Masters tournament." Ladon said excitedly, "I have been listening." Zhu was different from Ladon. He did not look happy at all. He looked calm. Ladon was a little surprised. "Brother, don't you feel happy? Beaumont withdrew from the tournament. You have one less strong opponent in the Young Masters tournament." Zhu smiled and did not answer. Omega's withdrawal did not make him happy. On the contrary, he felt a little disappointed. The heart of a powerful warrior was not afraid of any challenge. Unfortunately, Ladon did not understand that. He was still immersed in joy. It seemed that his brother was one step closer to his goal now that he had one less opponent. Ladon did not care about Zhu's expression. He continued, "Beaumont was strong enough to win the championship. It is a pity that he withdrew from the tournament. In the end, the human took advantage of him. Brother, do you know that? The human got the title of Lucky Kid. He was so lucky. His opponent in the first round was Beaumont. Everyone thought that he would fail in the tournament. But in the end, he won the tournament unscathed." "No!" Ladon was talking nonstop, but Zhu interrupted him. Ladon opened his eyes wide. "Brother, what are you talking about?" Zhu said slowly, "Ladon, you are wrong about one thing. That human is not a person who only relies on luck." Zhu stood up. "I have never thought that luck is a mysterious thing. After all, luck is the embodiment of a person's strength. If a person is not strong enough, he will not have luck." Then he turned around and jumped down from the railing, leaving Ladon stunned. Beaumont and Omega were his strong opponents, so Zhu had been paying attention to the whole tournament. He looked down at the audience with his eagle-like eyes. He could even see everyone's expression clearly. Beaumont's withdrawal from the tournament did surprise him. But what surprised him more was that the human was very calm when facing Beaumont. It was unbelievably calm. Even Zhu himself might not be so calm. He knew that the calmness was not an act. It was a kind of confidence in one's own strength. Zhu had an intuition that the human named Ron must be a strong opponent. In Zoomer's circular arena, the second round of group matches continued. Today's match was particularly eye-catching. The lucky one, Ron, was going against the rank 9 magical beast, Gale Snow Wolf. Everyone was wondering if the lucky one would be as lucky as yesterday. The bets in Zoomer City were also open. However, Ron's odds were pitifully low. It was still the orc referee. When Ron went into the arena again, he was extremely depressed. Almost every time this guy went into the arena, it was his turn to be the referee. He really did not know if this was fate. Opposite Ron was a man with a strange appearance. His skin was as white as snow, and he was wearing a set of luxurious tight clothes. A cold look flashed across his face. The rank 9 magical beast, Gale Snow Wolf, was good at wind and water dual-element magic. Its close combat ability was also very strong. The previous battle with the Tamil Tiger was earth-shattering, and it showed its terrifying strength to everyone. Seeing Ron enter the arena, the Gale Snow Wolf coldly glanced at him with a sneer. He said in a sharp voice, so you're the legendary lucky one. Unfortunately, you have met me today. Come, I'm afraid your luck is over. Cut the crap, let's fight." Ron didn't even bother with him and said bluntly, "You." The Gale Snow Wolf did not expect Ron to be so arrogant. He was so angry that his face turned red. In his impression, No human dared to talk to him like this. The Gale Snow Wolf's face sank slightly, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing two sharp teeth. He said in a deep voice, "Despicable human, I will let you know how powerful I am in a while." "There is a price to pay for talking." The orc referee looked at both sides and said loudly, "If no one gives up, then the match begins." Chapter 334. Following the orc judge's command, Ron's face turned cold. He placed his orange staff in front of him to protect himself. At this time, the orc judge rose up and dodged far away, leaving the battlefield to the two of them. Uploaded by a friend == Human, you will regret this, the Gale Snow Wolf said coldly. At this time, his human body let out a wild howl, like a wolf howling under the moonlight. Then, the Gale Snow Wolf's body began to change. His entire body lay on the ground. He stretched out his 5 fingers, and sharp wolf claws grew out from his fingers. His face elongated, and he turned into a wolf. Sharp teeth grew out of his mouth, and a snow-white wolf fur covered his entire body. Not long after, he had completed the process of transforming from a human into a wolf. A huge wolf about 2 meters long and 1 meter tall stood in front of Ron. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Ron, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "This is my body." Gale Snow Wolf couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. His mouth was filled with saliva as he said sternly, "Wake up, human. Next, you will taste hellish pain." "You talk too much," Ron said coldly as he pulled out a bone spear from nowhere and held it tightly in his hand. Roar! Gale Snow Wolf was finally enraged. His body turned into a white shadow, and he pounced towards Ron. The battle between Ron and Gale Snow Wolf had finally begun. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" At this time, the people in the audience began to shout, especially those who bet on Ron's loss. They were shouting even louder. To them, there was no suspense in such a competition. "Big brother Ron, go for it. Ron, go for it. Go for it, Ron." Becerra, Raindrop, and Kay sat high up in the private room, desperately cheering for Ron. Similarly, in the most luxurious room in the center, a woman's snow-white arms were tightly clasped in front of her chest. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. Facing the incoming white shadow, Ron frowned. He took a step back, turned his bone spear around, and thrust it forward. Whoosh! With a whoosh, Ron stabbed into the air and only pierced the other party's shadow. "Quick!" Ron was shocked. "You're too slow." Just as Ron was stunned, the Gale Snow Wolf's proud howl came from behind. Then, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and the wolf's sharp claws ruthlessly smashed down. If this attack hit, Ron would be seriously injured. The Blizzard Snow Wolf didn't want to kill him in one go. It wanted to keep him alive and slowly torture him. The wolf's claws had already landed on Ron's body. The Blizzard Snow Wolf's mouth curled into a smile. Poof! Ron's body was suddenly engulfed in a black aura. His body turned into an illusory mist before disappearing like smoke. "What's going on?" The Blizzard Snow Wolf was shocked. The opponent's movement technique was extremely strange. He looked at his own claws and couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, he suddenly felt a sense of danger, and without thinking, he quickly rolled to the right. At this time, a spear brushed past his ear, and the whistling sound of the wind caused his face to hurt. With a pong sound, the spear pierced deep into the ground, trembling incessantly. The Blizzard Snow Wolf was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Only now did he know that the white spear was actually aimed at his head. Although he was in a sorry state, he still managed to dodge it. The moment the two sides came into contact, they exchanged a few moves at lightning speed. The process was extremely dangerous, and everyone in the spectator stands was dumbfounded. What's going on? Isn't that lucky guy a human? Why does it look like they are evenly matched? The lucky guy is strong. That move almost took the Blizzard Snow Wolf's life. Is that guy really 18 years old? He looks like he has been through hundreds of battles. The spectators started to discuss. their eyes filled with disbelief. They did not expect that the human was not so weak. In the exchange with the Blizzard Snow Wolf, he actually had a slight advantage. On the central stage, Sala was watching the fight quietly. He had a look of praise on his face. "Niece Morin, this must be the warrior of your Thorny Flower tribe. This human is not bad. His reaction is fast. For someone of his age, he is considered rare." "Thank you for the compliment, royal uncle." Morin smiled sweetly, with 2 dimples on her face. Her heart felt sweeter than honey. The human still has some leeway. He might not be able to win. Sala laughed. "I'm afraid not." Dutton, who was sitting next to him, said. He had a different opinion from his brother. "That level 9 Blizzard Snow Wolf hasn't even used its wind and water magic yet. If it goes all out, the human won't have any chance of winning. Let's go down." Li Jia smiled and did not comment. In the middle of the stage, the Blizzard Snow Wolf stared at Ron with his blood-red eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Human, you don't look like a magician. Who are you?" Ron smiled with a trace of arrogance. "I am a necromancer." "Necromancer? That trashy profession among humans?" The Blizzard Snow Wolf had heard of necromancers before. He was shocked by this answer. How is that possible? How can a necromancer have such a strong and strange fighting strength? Ron smiled. "It's not too late for you to know." The Blizzard Snow Wolf's face sank. "Human, you are too arrogant. Do you think that you have already won?" He grinned, revealing 2 rows of white, sharp teeth. "I forgot to tell you. My Blizzard Snow Wolf clan's greatest strength isn't in physical combat, but in wind and water dual element magic." Just as the Blizzard Snow Wolf finished speaking, the blue light on his body suddenly increased. Following that, a transparent object was spat out from his mouth. Windblade. It was the legendary wind element magic, Windblade. It was something without any form. The only thing that could be felt was the trajectory of the blade as it flew through the air. Don't worry about this Windblade. Its sharpness could cut through a human body. Ron did not dare to be careless. He summoned his bone shield to protect himself. Boom! The wind blade hit the bone shield, causing a huge explosion. At the same time, a large amount of dust rose. Although the wind blade was blocked, Ron was forced back a step. Not bad. The Blizzard Snow Wolf smiled coldly. Then, how about this? Pornographic novels at this moment. He roared and his body shone brightly. In an instant, dozens of wind blades were released at the same time, bringing with them a strong wind sound. I can't block it this time. Ron smiled bitterly in his heart. His body quickly turned into a mist and disappeared in an instant. He dodged the wind blades that had just passed by. Still this move? Let me tell you, it's useless. The Gale Snow Wolf seemed to have seen through Ron's trick and chuckled coldly. He focused his mind, and a whirlwind formed in an instant. Following that, countless wind blades shot out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Countless wind blades scattered in all directions, giving off a series of loud explosions. Deep marks were left on the mottled city walls, and the entire arena was shrouded in smoke and dust. At such a shocking scene, the audience on the stage cheered. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust and excitement. The Blizzard Snow Wolf is indeed a rank 9 magical beast. This kind of strength is too powerful. Is this the power of the famous wind element magic Blade Storm? Its destructive power is too shocking. No need. The human is dead for sure. Of course, how could a lowly human be a match for a noble magical beast? The people on the stage were filled with reverence for the strong, but they lacked sympathy for the weak. At this moment, a sea of cheers rang out once more. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The loud noise finally subsided. Apart from the Blizzard Snow Wolf's location, the smoke in the arena gradually dispersed. That human is probably dead. My Blade Storm doesn't have any blind spots. Under my attack, I'm afraid that even his bones don't exist anymore. The Blizzard Snow Wolf chuckled, his laughter filled with pride. As expected, a lowly race like humans can't be compared to my Blizzard Snow Wolf clan. At this moment, his smile suddenly froze. A thin figure slowly walked out of the smoke that had yet to completely disperse. His clothes were messy, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have suffered some injuries. What? The human isn't dead? A beast man said in shock. He's not dead? How is that possible? Another beast man couldn't believe his eyes. The Blizzard Snow Wolf's eyes lost focus for a moment, but he quickly calmed down and sneered. He's actually not dead? Come, your title of Lucky One isn't for nothing. Ron slowly walked to the center of the arena and stopped. He coldly looked at the Blizzard Snow Wolf and proudly said, Wind magic is indeed very powerful. Come, I can't hide anymore. Smiling coldly, Ron waved the bone staff in his hand under the Blizzard Snow Wolf's astonished gaze. At the same time, he chanted an incantation. Undead hidden in the depths of hell, your soul is tormented in endless slumber. In order to break free from the shackles of depression, break free from the shackles of your soul, awaken, slumbering soul, awaken. My brave soldiers, accept my summons and destroy the enemy before you. Under Ron's incantation, a large number of skeleton warriors scrambled to crawl out from ground. They were wearing complete skeletal armor and holding huge battle axes in their hands. Their attack and defense were a level higher than before. They were like soldiers from hell, raising their weapons high and letting out cries that made one's soul tremble. The Blizzard Snow Wolf was completely stunned. Looking at the countless skeletons in front of him, he could feel a trace of danger. Ron's face was expressionless. He was like a commander who had experienced hundreds of battles. With a light wave of the bone staff in his hand, the countless skeletons howled and attacked the Blizzard Snow Wolf. What were these things? Everyone was dumbfounded. Looking at the skeletons swarming out from hell, they felt their scalps go numb. Chapter 335. Heavens, so many skeletons. So that's how it is. I've been guessing his occupation, but I could not guess it. So he is a bone slave? How is that possible? A bone slave can fight? The beastmen on the stage were discussing. Their faces were filled with astonishment. A bone slave can actually fight? This was beyond their imagination. Uploaded by a friend, == bone slave. Dutin's eyes widened in disbelief. Morin, what is going on? Your Thorny Flower Tribe's warrior is actually a bone slave? Sala's face was solemn. The appearance of those skeletons was also out of his expectations. He had guessed that Ron was a magician, but his guess was wrong. Li Jia's brows furrowed. Ron? Ron? Hee, I know who he is. A strange fellow. Dutin turned his head in disbelief. It can't be. Master Li Jia. You have heard of him? Li Jia's cloudy eyes looked at Morin and said meaningfully, Morin, I think you have a deep meaning for letting him participate in the battle of the strongest, right? Morin smiled and bowed. I can't hide anything from Grandpa. Li Jia smiled and did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at the arena. Sala and Dutin looked at each other. They did not know what this grandfather and granddaughter were talking about. After the initial shock, Gale Snow Wolf quickly calmed down and sneered. Human child, I did not expect you to be a bone slave. You want to defeat me with these weak skeletons? You are too naive. How useless. Let's see who is better. Ron commanded the skeleton army to charge forward. Those skeletons roared and waved their weapons as they charged towards Gale Snow Wolf. Seeking death, the Gale Snow Wolf coldly snorted and suddenly pounced forward. Under his sharp claws, a skeleton warrior was easily torn to pieces, turning into a cloud of black smoke and disappearing into the air. Hee, as expected, you cannot withstand a single blow. Gale Snow Wolf sneered and waved his claws, turning the skeleton warriors around him into pieces. 1, 3. After destroying more than a dozen skeletons, he felt that something was wrong. These skeletons were not strong, but they were not weak either. However, there were a lot of them. The worst thing was that there was an endless stream of skeletons crawling out from the ground. He couldn't kill them all. Many skeletons. On the stage, there were cries of alarm. That blizzard snow wolf has been completely surrounded. A beastman exclaimed in horror. Another beastman retorted, so what if they have a lot of skeletons? They can't even withstand a single blow. As long as I use my axe, they'll be turned into pieces. The first orc frowned. I'm afraid it's not that simple. In the box in the middle of the stage, Sarah's eyes are filled with admiration. Endless skeletons. It's like an army, and he is the commander. This is the tactic of that necromancer called Ron? That's not right. Dutan frowned. I've seen many bone slaves. They can summon a large number of skeletons. But these skeletons do not have any fighting power. Hearing the word bone slave, Emole Land's brows furrowed slightly. She looked at Dutan with some dissatisfaction. The crux of the matter is those skeletons. Li Jia smiled faintly. I've also heard of the legends of the necromancers among the humans. When I heard about those humans who were called necromancers, I was greatly disappointed. Just as you said, their skeletal roots have no fighting power. No matter how many of them there are, it's useless. Li Jia paused and looked at the stage. However, when these skeletons become stronger, the use of numbers is obvious. In the arena, more and more skeletons surrounded the Squall Snow Wolf, and he dashed left and right. The Gale Snow Wolf could not break out of Ron's sea of skeletons tactic. The Gale Snow Wolf's wind element shield was completely shattered. There were more and more wounds. The powerful skeleton warrior swung its axe, and blood splashed out. The Gale Snow Wolf's snow-white fur was stained with blood. The attacks of the skeletons were not useless. No way. The people on the stage were dumbfounded. What a powerful skeleton's tactic. Who is this person? A beast man gasped. Is he really just a necromancer? Seeing Ron's might, the beast man swallowed the word bone slave. What a terrifying fighting method. The Gale Snow Wolf might not be able to last much longer. Another beast man muttered. Suddenly, he cried out in grief and indignation. My money. Ever since the group stage began, he had only gambled twice. The first was the battle between Ron and Omija. He had bet on Omija's victory, but he had lost all his money. This time, he had placed his bet on the 9th grade magical beast, the Blizzard Wolf. Now, everything pointed to disaster. Admit defeat and surrender. You don't have any chance. Ron was in the midst of the skeletons. He was riding on the back of a skeleton and said to him expressionlessly. The Gale Snow Wolf was panting from exhaustion, but there was an unyielding look in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't even think about it. My noble Snow Wolf clan will never surrender to a lowly race like you. Stubborn and unyielding. Ron was a little surprised by the Blizzard Wolf's tenacity. At this time, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, I didn't expect you to still maintain your noble self-esteem when you're about to die. Since you want to die, I have no reason to hold back. It's up to you. Saying this, he pointed his bone staff forward. All the skeleton warriors around him surged forward, launching the final charge. Countless skeletons roared and pounced. The pressure on the Gale Snow Wolf increased. The fear of death assaulted the Gale Snow Wolf's heart. At this time, he unleashed his final potential. Oh! The Gale Snow Wolf let out a sharp howl. Then, the wind elements around him rapidly gathered. In an instant, a pair of incomparably large, transparent wings appeared on his back. The wings were formed from wind elements. Blue light circulated around them, as if they were tangible. The huge wings flapped, and a gust of wind rose from the ground. Taking advantage of this gap, the Gale Snow Wolf flew into the sky. He's flying. He's flying, the people on the stage exclaimed one after another. Although there were many elites in the Young Masters tournament, there weren't many real aerial battles. Generally speaking, many professions needed to reach the realm of a master before they could fly. It wasn't easy to reach the realm of a master before the age of 25. Is it going to be an aerial battle? Ron frowned. He was not afraid of aerial battles. There were powerful skeletal magicians on the ground and gargoyles in the sky. When it came to aerial battles, who was he afraid of? Ron raised his bone staff, and was about to chant an incantation. At this time, his clothes suddenly fluttered. "What's wrong?" Ron looked up and was startled. He saw the gale, Snow Wolf's body wrapped in a blue curtain of light. The wind elements in the air rapidly gathered. The wolf opened his mouth, and an extremely powerful force descended from the sky. Tornado storm. An extremely powerful pressure enveloped the entire arena. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze. Then, a powerful force came crashing down. Large amounts of wind elemental energy formed a powerful cyclone, causing a huge commotion in the dueling ground. A dragon-shaped tornado soared into the skies. In an instant, sand and stones were blown into the air. A large number of skeletons were blown into the air and kept spinning. Some were blown into the walls and smashed into pieces. Some were even blown outside by the wind. What a powerful wind magic! Sala couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this. "Is that human going to lose?" Dutton asked. He did not know why, but he always hoped that the human would lose. Perhaps in his heart, the human race was inferior and did not deserve the honor of defeating the beast race. Lose? Sala looked at him and shook her head. Not necessarily. Sala knew better than Dutton that the human strength was not that simple. The tornado gradually stopped. The Gale Snow Wolf seemed to have exhausted all his strength and fell to the ground. The huge wind wings on his back also gradually disappeared. He stuck out his tongue and gasped for breath. He looked up in shock. At this time, he could not believe his eyes. A huge bone wall appeared in the middle of the arena, protecting Ron tightly. Although the tornado was powerful, it could not break through the bone wall's defense. The bone wall turned into a black fog and dissipated. Ron slowly walked out from it. He was unharmed by the Gale Snow Wolf. Bone wall's function wasn't to restrain the enemy, but rather to protect oneself. Ron had gained a bit more understanding of the necromancy skill Bone Wall. "I've lost." The Gale Snow Wolf sighed and said dejectedly. The magic in his body was almost exhausted. Although he could still fight, he had no chance of winning. The Gale Snow Wolf was unwilling, but at this moment, he had no choice but to admit defeat. If he continued to fight, he would be the one to die. There were no rules in a battle to the death. The valiant and arrogant magical beasts finally lowered their proud heads. The hand of the magician that was about to summon the skeleton stopped. Ron nodded and accepted the Gale Snow Wolf's surrender. What? The Gale Snow Wolf admitted defeat? Before the people on the stage could react, the Gale Snow Wolf had already lost. They had not fully accepted this fact. How is this possible? He's a high-level magical beast. That lucky guy won again. The Gale Snow Wolf has admitted defeat. Contestant Ron wins. The orc judge announced loudly, and the battle between Ron and the Gale Snow Wolf finally ended. No advertisement, please come first. Chapter 336. Ron. When Ron returned to the private room, he was greeted with flowers, hugs, and a fragrance of the beauties. Ron, you won beautifully. Tyshawn smiled as he gave his blessings. As he spoke, his expression was somewhat dejected. He had been placed in the 6th group and had been eliminated in the 2nd round of group battles. Brother Ron, I love you so much. Raindrop couldn't wait any longer and pounced on him. She kissed Ron's face heavily, causing Ron's face to turn red. The entire room was filled with cheers and laughter. At this time, Morin entered the private room. Her face is like a blooming flower, and her footsteps are light. The moment he entered the room, he smiled and said, Ron, you did well. Thank you. Ron smiled and nodded. Maybe it's because he is in a good mood, and he seems to have forgotten all the unhappiness in the past. He is also laughing with Morin. After laughing for a while, Mullen waved her hand to quiet everyone down. She then said seriously, Ron, you've won this battle beautifully. However, you still can't let your guard down because the next battle will be even crueler and your opponents will be even stronger. I know. Ron's expression is back to his usual pornographic novel. He is calm. The real battle starts now. Mullen smiled sweetly. Seeing the admiration in Ron's eyes, she smiled and said, "Your performance today was not bad. Not only my uncle Sala, but even my grandfather has a high evaluation of you." Leader Ren? Ron's heart skipped a beat. He knows about me? He didn't follow me, but I'm guessing that he already knows. He also participated in the meeting. Mullins said with a smile. Ron nodded. He knows why Leader Ren did not win. If he wants to win Leader Ren's favor, he must work harder. "Oh, who is my opponent for the next match?" Ron asked. Speaking of this, Morin's expression suddenly turned serious. "Ron, your next opponent is very strong. I'm afraid you won't be able to pass so easily." After pausing for a moment, Morin slowly said, "Snake Demon Medusa, a level 10 magical beast. Her roaming and magic skills are top-notch. Furthermore, she also uses weapons. A magical beast that uses weapons?" This was the first time Ron had heard of it, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "That's right. She's highly skilled in martial arts and possesses the battle techniques of the Medusa tribe." Moore nodded. "Furthermore, her water magic is extremely powerful. 10th level." Ron took a deep breath. "Come, this is a difficult task." It was late at night, but the lights were still on in the four-cornered castle. Master Zhu, outside the building, a beautiful human Shin bowed slightly. When she raised her head, she winked at Seiji. Zhu acted as though he did not notice. His expression was calm, as he said lightly, "I heard that Lord Du Tan was looking for me." "Yes, Master Zhu." "This way, please." The human Shin looked a little resentful. Zhu was a popular figure now, and there were many orcs and human girls who wanted to be with him. With her identity as the Shin of the Four-Corner Castle, she thought that she could beat Zhu to it. Unfortunately, Zhu turned a blind eye to her. The human Shin led Zhu to the door of Du Tan's study room. "Zhu, you're here." Du Tan smiled faintly and pointed at the chair beside him. "Have a seat." Zhu sat down on the luxurious black wooden sofa. Du Tan stood up from behind the desk and sat opposite Zhu. Zhu spoke first. "Why did you summon Zhu so late at night?" "Of course." Du Tan smiled. He raised his eyebrows and went straight to the point. "Zhu, what do you think of Ron?" "Ron?" Zhu frowned and asked back. "What about him?" "Nothing much." "What you think of him?" Du Tan smiled casually. Zhu went silent for a while before saying, "He's very powerful." Du Tan nodded. "Leave?" After Du Tan left, Zhu took a deep breath and continued. "Originally, I didn't pay attention to this human until the battle between him and Ruby. Today, I finally saw his true strength and fighting style. The feeling he gives me is very strong and very strange. His fighting style is something that has never been seen in the entire Noah continent. It's indeed terrifyingly strong." Zhu nodded. "That's right." Du Tan let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "You're thinking exactly the same thing as me. I didn't expect this human to be so strong. He actually made it to the group stage and defeated 2 opponents in a row. If he defeats Medusa tomorrow, he'll qualify and enter the 8th place. Even if he forfeits all the following matches, the 8th place is already in his hands." Zhu nodded. He knew the rules of the Young Strongest tournament, but he didn't understand why Du Tan suddenly asked him about it. At this moment, Sir Du Tan suddenly raised his head and asked seriously, "Zhu, let me ask you, if you were to fight against him, are you confident that you could win?" "What?" Zhu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Master Du Tan to ask him this question. At the same time, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that this question was the main reason Du Tan called him over tonight. He had a feeling that this question wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. He smelled something fishy. Zhu's face darkened. He stood up and asked coldly, "Sir Du Tan, what do you mean by that?" Du Tan's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Nothing. You just have to answer me honestly. Are you confident?" Under Du Tan's gaze, Zhu took a deep breath and shook his head. "I don't know. I really don't know. I can only know the difference after experiencing it. Before experiencing it, I really don't know. So you're not confident?" Du Tan smiled. "I admire honest people." "Very well. I know what to do." "What?" Zhu's eyes widened. He suddenly thought of many things, and his eyes widened. My lord, could it be that you are—" Zhu didn't say the word cheating, but his meaning was clear. That's right. Zhu knew the truth. Dutan was calm. You guessed it right. I cheated when we fought. Sir, how could you? Zhu was shocked when he knew the truth. He looked at Du Tan in disbelief. Zhu, haven't you thought about how you have been so successful in the Young Masters tournament? Du Tan said slowly. He raised his head and looked at Zhu quietly. If I'm not wrong, your opponent in the first round of the qualifiers was a human, the second round was a beast man, and the third round was a human. Their strength couldn't compare to yours. The Beastman warriors in the first round were from the Bloodfang tribe. They were my people. Although your opponents in the second and third round were magic beasts, they were also the weakest race I estimated. Each of your opponents was determined by me in advance. So, you won very easily. You, who came from the 7th group of the qualifiers, have already passed? Dutan smiled. Right now, already firmly in the 8th place, Zhu's face suddenly darkened. He clenched his fists. At this moment, he felt humiliated. So all of this was arranged by you. Zhu gritted his teeth. But Sir Dutan, why did you do this? Don't you know that a completely unfair tournament is a disgrace to me? What is a disgrace? Dutan's face was cold. He raised his voice. When you're at the top, who will know all of this? What's more, I just used a little trick. And Dutan shook his head and sneered at Zhu. Do you think I did all of this for you? Wrong. You are from the Stormwind tribe, and I am from the Bloodfang tribe. What's the point of you winning the Young Masters tournament for me? Let me tell you, I did all of this for the Orc Empire for the Orcs. And in this year's Young Masters tournament, you must be in the top 3. Zhu gritted his teeth. The veins on his face were bulging. But at this moment, he didn't say a word. After all of this, Du Tan seemed to be relieved. He waved his hand and said, You are here too. In the previous Young Masters tournament, with the participation of the magical beast army, what kind of results did the Orcs achieve? You didn't get into the top 5. Only in the last Young Masters tournament did you manage to squeeze into the top 5. Do you think that this is still the Orc Empire's tournament? But the top 5 in the last Young Masters tournament was the embodiment of my true strength. Even if I get into the top 3 this time, it will be fake. Zhu gritted his teeth and said, What is real? What is fake? Is it really that important? Dutan slowly turned his head. Zhu, whether you like it or not, under my control, the ranking is fixed. That poisonous scorpion sorcerer is ranked 1st, and you are ranked 2nd. If you are unlucky, you can at least be ranked 3rd. Fortunately, that poisonous scorpion sorcerer withdrew from the tournament. Otherwise, you won't even be in the top 3. How do you think the group of death came about? Dutan's face showed a hint of mockery. If I wasn't afraid of being too obvious, I really wanted to put that poisonous scorpion sorcerer into the group of death as well. Let him fight with that poisonous scorpion sorcerer. Zhu finally understood that Ron's group of death was the result of Dutan's control. But that human is really out of my expectations. Dutan shook his head. He looked helpless. This way, there are changes in my plan. Zhu's face turned pale. After a while, he finally relaxed his tightly clenched fists. Indeed, he didn't have anything to complain about. What Dutan did wasn't for himself, but for the entire Beastman Empire. For the Beastman Empire to not be able to place in the top 3 of the tournament was a huge loss of face. Dutan's face showed a victorious smile when he saw Zhu's expression. He said, Zhu, this is the reason why I called you here tonight. I completely understand your thoughts. Since you feel that you are not confident in defeating the human, I will give you a weaker magical beast and throw him to the poisonous scorpion sorcerer. Anyway, you will not see him before the finals. Zhu took a deep breath. He finally recovered from his shock and anger. He returned to his calm expression and said in a low voice, Master Dutan, even if I got a good ranking in this Young Masters tournament, I will never agree with your way of doing things. After that, he ignored Dutan and turned to leave. Chapter 337. Early the next morning, in the contestants' resting room in the circular arena. Ebook download Ron, do your best. Basara said. Her eyes with long eyelashes were filled with smiles. Do your best, Brother Ron. Raindrop waved her fists. You must defeat that beautiful snake. Ron smiled and lightly patted her head. Ron. Morin smiled as she walked closer and helped him tidy up his clothes. Out of all the contestants from our thorny flower tribe, you are the only one left. You must do your best. Ron raised his head and nodded heavily. Don't worry, I will do my best. Looking at the serious face of Ron, Morin's heart strangely skipped a beat. She hesitated for a moment before saying, the opponent is a rank 10 magical beast. Its strength is extremely strong. If you're not a match for it, then give up. Morin's face was slightly red. She did not understand why she suddenly said such words. Ron smiled faintly, a trace of determination in his eyes. I will not give up. The wide circular arena was bustling as usual. Today, the finals of the fourth group would be held. The two contestants would be Ron and the snake demon Medusa. The two of them would be fighting for the right to advance from the fourth group. The winner would advance directly. Compared to the other group's matches, today's match was especially eye-catching. It was not for any other reason, but because of Ron's identity in the fourth group. He was the only human in the fourth group. However, compared to Ron's identity as a human, the audience was more interested in his undead magic. Ron slowly stepped out of the arena. In the middle of the arena, he took a deep breath. The arena was still bustling with noise and excitement. However, today, there were more voices cheering for Ron. Due to his display of strength yesterday, many of the audience had a whole new level of respect for Ron. Ron is out. He is so handsome, a Beastman woman said excitedly. Her beautiful face was filled with intoxication. Sister, be careful. Please pay attention to your words. Don't forget that you are a high-level Beastman, and he is only a low-level human. As soon as the Beastman woman finished speaking, a Beastman man not far from her berated her. It's none of your business who Big Sis likes. So what if I miss him? The Beastman woman had a look of disdain. If there's anything, go fight him. Ugh. The Beastman's face turned red. If he had such strength, he would have participated in the Young Masters tournament a long time ago. After fiercely glaring at the Beastman woman cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Ron, go! Ron, go! Ron slowly clenched the orange bone staff in his hand. His hands were covered in cold sweat. It would be a lie if he said he wasn't nervous. After all, the opponent was a terrifying 10th rank magical beast. At this time, the gate on the opposite side slowly rose. Not long after, a figure slowly swam out. The person who came out was a woman. Her upper body was like a human's, and she was wearing female light armor. Her lower body was a long snake's tail. Ron slowly raised his head, and a delicate face entered his eyes. She had a tall nose bridge, gray eyes, and two pupils like a snake. The strangest thing was her long hair, which was all slender snakes, and they were hissing and spitting. She was over 5 meters long. Even if she stood up, she was still over 2 meters tall. Ron had to raise his head to see her face. Medusa did not transform into her human form. Instead, she appeared as a snake demon. In front of Ron, she displayed her ferocious aura. It made people shudder. Don't fight. Even standing in front of her was a huge pressure. The referee was the same as yesterday. Although his strength was not bad, he still felt uncomfortable with a ferocious magical beast beside him. He coughed lightly. Are both parties going to fight? Of course. Ron nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I won't back down. Medusa smiled. If it wasn't for her lower body, her bewitching face and perfect figure would be fatally attractive to most men. She spoke softly. You're right. You're right. Haha. Ever since I got the name list for the group stage, I almost wanted to give up, because I saw Big Sister Omega's name on the list. To be honest, I am not her match. But you... Medusa smiled with a trace of contempt in her eyes. Ron chose to remain silent. At this moment, Everything he said was unnecessary. Medusa smiled. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Although your undead magic is strong, it is a piece of cake to me. This time, the right to advance is mine. At this time, the Beastman referee nodded and slowly said, "Since neither side has any objections, let the match begin." As soon as the Beastman referee finished speaking, Ron's hand moved. He didn't even chant an incantation. A bone spear shot out like lightning towards Medusa. Medusa chuckled. Her hands flashed, and two dark gold long swords appeared in her hands. She crossed the long swords and easily blocked the bone spear. Facing such a strong opponent, Ron didn't dare to be careless. He used Shadow Mist to quickly change his position. At the same time, he waved the bone staff in his hand. Bone spears, bone spikes, bone arrows, and other ranged weapons rained down on Medusa. In an instant, Medusa was surrounded. Medusa chuckled. "Is this all you've got?" As she spoke, her body twisted like a snake. Her two swords danced as if they were dancing, quickly brandishing them, dissolving Ron's attacks one by one. At the same time, her huge snake tail swung, bringing with it a strong wind, attacking Ron's waist. The battle reached its climax as soon as it started. The circular arena was filled with killing intent. Boom! 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 Countless undead spells exploded around Medusa. Medusa wasn't willing to be outdone and retaliated with water spells. The battle between the two sides was extremely erotic. Smoke and dust billowed in the arena. The battle is too intense. Both sides aren't easy to deal with. An orc in the audience sighed. "I can't believe that human actually has the strength to fight Medusa to the death. Is he really human?" Another beastman had a look of disbelief. "No matter what, a human can't be a match for a magic beast. Let's see." A beastman at the side glared at that beastman. He believed in racial superiority. No matter how strong a human was, his racial talent couldn't be surpassed. Of course, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want the human to ride on top of the beastman. Ever since the battle between Ron and the Blizzard Wolf, no one called Ron a lucky one. He was very strong, very strong. In the central box of the arena, Morin's beautiful eyes were fixed on Ron. She even stopped massaging her grandfather. She was proud of Ron's performance, but at the same time, she was a little worried. Sala thought for a while and sighed. This child is very strong. As the emperor, he came to a conclusion. At the same time, he said, "The rarest thing is that this child is so young. He should only be 18 this year, right?" "Yes, he just turned 18. Dutan smiled slightly, an imperceptible light flashing in his eyes. Such a genius. If he were a beast man, it would be great. Sala's face was full of regret. "It's a pity that he's a human. Sala, you're wrong." Li Jiao looked at him and smiled. "Whether he's a beast man or a human, it's not a problem. The key is that he can be used by me. Haha, as the emperor of beastmen, you must be tolerant." Sarah hurriedly replied, "Mr. Li, you are right." Li Jia, the emperor of beastmen, was the one who vigorously promoted human immigration during his reign. He made the Beastmen Empire a prosperous country. Now, the number of humans exceeded the number of beastmen. In his eyes, beastmen and humans were the same. A country could not be full of warriors. Beastmen were not good at producing. Before the introduction of human immigration, beastmen were the synonym of poverty, boorishness, and greed. Now, the Beastmen Empire was sitting on a huge amount of resources and manpower. Their standard of living was even higher than that of humans. Dutton lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. Oh. In the great arena, the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing Ron's thin and weak body. At this moment, his breathing was somewhat hurried. Although he had the existence of the soul ring, and his soul power was close to limitless, his physical strength was still his shortcoming, and he was inevitably affected. Ron had already summoned a large number of skeleton warriors, but under Medusa's powerful icicle spike, they were turned into a pile of meat powder. In front of Medusa's water magic, the number of skeletons was meaningless. "Hee, if this is all you've got." Medusa laughed coldly. Then prepare to die. She slithered over and quickly appeared in front of him. She raised the sword in her hand and stabbed it like a poisonous snake. Bone shield. Ron quickly summoned a bone shield in front of him. At this time, he felt a pain in his hand. A cold light pierced through the bone shield. He dodged to the side and avoided the danger of his stomach being cut open, but his hand was already bleeding. Haze. Ron did not dare to be slow and immediately disappeared with a haze. Strange undead magic. Seeing this human disappear right before her eyes, a hint of graveness appeared on Medusa's face. Where did he hide? At this time, not far behind Medusa, a powerful black light soared into the sky. It was mixed with an extremely terrifying aura. A stalwart figure slowly rose from the teleportation formation, his eyes emitting a faint green light. What? What is this? Terrifying aura. What did that human summon? The audience started to discuss among themselves. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Not long after, a black knight wearing heavy armor and holding a long spear appeared in front of everyone, riding on a huge skeletal horse. Chapter 338. Medusa frowned and sneered. It's these things again? It's useless. I can grind them into powder anytime. At this moment, the skeletal horse beneath the dark night raised its 4 hooves and raised its battle spear up high. It pierced towards Medusa with a strong whistling sound. Everyone, please familiarize yourselves with the domain name. Medusa laughed coldly. She twisted her body and slithered to the front of the Black Knight. Her 2 swords stabbed out and collided with the Black Knight's spear. Boom! A powerful force clashed, and sparks flew. A strong gust of wind blew in the arena. Medusa's face changed. She could feel a powerful force coming from the Black Knight. She did not dare to underestimate it. Medusa's powerful force caused the Black Knight to take a step back. However, there was no fear on its face. It turned its spear and stabbed out again. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Knight and Medusa fought fiercely. When the 2 powerful forces clashed, there was a loud bang. Seeing that the Black Knight and Medusa were in a stalemate, Ron's face turned cold. He shouted coldly, "How about 2 more?" His fingers formed a strange gesture, and a spiritual force was released. 2 black hexagrams formed on the ground. Through the black hexagrams, 2 Black Knights rose up. There are 2 more. Medusa is in trouble now. A burst of exclamations came from the audience. Unknowingly, most of the people cheered for Ron. Go! Ron's face trembled slightly. He pointed his bone staff forward, and the eyes of the 2 Black Knights lit up like green skeletons. Then, they charged forward with sharp knight spears in their hands. The 2 Black Knights joined the battle against Medusa. In an instant, 3 Black Knights surrounded Medusa. The spears in their hands were like raindrops. There was no expression on their cold faces. The 3 Black Knights surrounded Medusa and attacked crazily. In an instant, the pressure on Medusa increased. On the other side, the audience applauded. Come on, fight well. Kill this snake. Do your best, human child. The audience cheered, cheering for Ron incessantly. Come, this kid is quite strong. Sala smiled in the box in the middle of the arena. But this is far from enough to deal with Medusa. That's right, this is just the beginning. Dutan said expressionlessly. Li Jia smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Morin watched Ron fight bitterly in the field, and her heart gradually tightened. Hee. At this moment, the frowning Medusa's face relaxed into a pornographic novel. Standing up, her expression was full of playfulness. Human child, I can't deny that you're very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you're still just a human. This kind of strength is far from enough to deal with me. Amidst her laughter, Medusa's aura suddenly changed. Unknowingly, her aura had risen to another level. Ding! She slashed out with her swords, and her eyes turned blue. Dance of the Snake Demon. Like a cheerful dance, Medusa's body began to twist rapidly, and her entire body turned into a mass of phantoms. Swoosh! A bright light flashed, and a Black Knight's body and head were separated. She swung her tail again, and a huge force came, and the Black Knight's body, which weighed a few hundred pounds, was sent flying. He crashed into the field and turned into a cloud of black fog. Ron was stunned. The Black Knight's defense was extremely strong, but he couldn't take a single attack from Medusa. The other two Black Knights couldn't escape this fate either. They were killed by Medusa like lightning, displaying Medusa's tyrannical attack power. Skeleton magicians. Seeing the Black Knight destroyed, Ron gritted his teeth and summoned an army of skeleton magicians. There were more than 50 of them, and they lined up neatly. Go to hell. Medusa trembled and pounced forward like lightning. The sword in her hand flashed coldly as she stabbed at Ron. She finally understood that there was no point in fighting those undead creatures. If she wanted to fight, she had to find the real deal. Medusa's speed was extremely fast. She raised her sword high and stabbed it into Ron's body. There was no joy. Medusa frowned slightly, and Ron's body turned illusory. Then, he turned into a cloud of black fog and disappeared. Strange undead magic. Medusa's expression turned serious. She slowly turned her head and looked in Ron's direction. She didn't use her eyes to search for him. Instead, she used a scent. The snake in her hair flicked out its tongue and caught the slightest scent in the air. Go! Blast her to pieces. Ron, who had used the Shadowma spell to escape, appeared behind Medusa. He glared with a pair of blood-red eyes and gritted his teeth as he roared. At this time, the skeleton magicians showed their might. Countless spells were gathered and rained down on Medusa. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with all kinds of magic elements. No! Medusa's expression finally changed. Although she was a magical beast, she was most afraid of magical attacks, especially fire magic. Her physical defense and magical defense were not on the same level. This shows that magical beasts are not completely without weaknesses. Boom, boom, boom. Countless spells exploded around Medusa. She did not dare to take them head-on. She could only escape quickly. Wherever she went, she left a deep trail. The entire arena became a world of magic, emitting all kinds of light. Focus your firepower. Yes, chase after her and attack her. Blast her. At this moment, Ron was like a commander commanding the Skeleton Legion to bombard Medusa. What a powerful, concentrated attack. He has all kinds of spells. How'd he do it? Is he a magician? The audience commented one after another. More and more people were cheering for him. The entire arena was filled with a lively atmosphere. At this time, Medusa had fled to a corner of the arena and stopped moving, allowing the spells to wreak havoc on her body. In an instant, the arena was filled with smoke and dust. The smoke from the explosions rose into the air. It was a spectacular sight. Good. Ron waved his hand, and the dense rain of magic finally stopped. Am I going to die? Ron was riding on the back of a skeleton, his brows furrowed. There was no sound, and the rising dust seemed to confirm his thoughts. Medusa is dead. Ha! The human is powerful. He actually killed a rank 10 Medusa, the human one. At this time, a thunderous applause rang out, as if congratulating Ron on his victory. In the central box of the arena, Morin finally heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Ron win. A gratified smile appeared on her face. The warriors of your Thorny Flower tribe are really powerful. To actually be able to defeat a rank 10 Medusa. Dutton's tone was sour and even a little jealous. Defeating Medusa meant passing the next round. Passing the next round meant that he was at least 8th place. If there were any contestants who died in the later rounds, his ranking could be slightly higher. What did all this mean? It represented glory. Representing the Thorny Flower tribe to win glory. It was no wonder Dutton was jealous. Li Jia smiled. Don't be happy too early. The competition is not over yet, what? Morin was shocked. In the arena, the orc judge took a deep breath and jumped down from the high wall. He walked to Ron's side and prepared to announce Ron's victory. He had lost count of how many times he had done this. The smoke and dust began to dissipate and gradually became thinner. Ron began to frown, and his expression gradually became serious. Suddenly, he felt his heartbeat quicken and cold sweat trickled down his face. The orc judge quickly walked to Ron and waved with a smile. "Contestant Ron, congratulations, don't come over," Ron shouted. At this time, a beam of light shot out from the smoke and shot towards the large group of skeleton magicians that Ron had summoned. Boom! A blue halo exploded, and the frail skeletons couldn't withstand this attack. They all turned into black smoke and disappeared. With just one attack, the skeleton magician army was destroyed. Not a single one was left. Without giving Ron time to think, another beam of light shot towards him. "Dodge it!" Ron hugged the orc judge, who was still in a daze, and rolled a few times to dodge the sudden attack. Boom! That beam of light was none other than the high-level water magic icicle. The icicle exploded at the edge of the arena and turned the wall into ice. What a terrifying attack! Ron looked at the wall that had been frozen into ice and felt a lingering fear in his heart. If he had been hit by this magic head-on, he would have been smashed to pieces. "Thank you." The orc judge knew that it was Ron who saved him and hurriedly thanked him. "You go back first. The competition is not over yet." Ron took a deep breath and calmed his thoughts. He turned his head, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect your reaction to be so fast." Medusa's sharp voice came from the smoke. "Unfortunately, this is meaningless." The smoke gradually dispersed, and Medusa's body was revealed. What? Seeing the scene in front of him, Ron's mind went blank for a moment. A huge snake was coiled in front of him. Her back was black, and her abdomen was thicker than a bucket. She was over 20 meters long and was as tall as a house when she stood upright. Her long tongue was sticking out and retracting, and the smell of blood drifted with the wind. That huge snake swayed her huge head and spat out her bright red tongue. She stared coldly at Ron and said, "Human son, are you excited? You finally saw my current appearance. This is my second transformation. To be honest, I'm not used to it." This was Medusa's true appearance, a true level 10 magical beast. Chapter 339. The audience was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by the appearance of the giant snake in front of them. Oppressed by the aura of the giant snake, some of the more courageous people began to leave the stage. What? Terrifying? This is only a rank 10 magical beast? An orc was so frightened that he couldn't even speak properly. "What should I do, son of a human?" The giant snake lowered her head with a mocking look on her face. Feeling the increasing pressure, Ron clenched the bone staff in his hand. His body was so weak in front of the giant snake. At this time, Medusa's eyes flashed fiercely. "What I want is to die." She opened her mouth and spat out an icicle with extremely low temperature towards Ron. Shadama's spell. Ron, who was prepared, did not dare to be careless. He used the Shadama's spell and disappeared from the spot. The powerful icicle almost hit him. Boom! With a loud sound, a burst of white fog rose up. The icicle hit the edge of the arena and blasted out a large hole. Although the arena was old and mottled, the material used to construct it was not ordinary stone. It was the hardest black stone. Even after so many years, it was still incomparably sturdy. But a casual attack from a 10th-rank magical beast was able to create a large hole in it. A black fog appeared out of nowhere, and Ron's figure slowly flashed out. His face was a little green. He had barely dodged Medusa's tyrannical attack, but he still felt a lingering fear. If he had not dodged earlier, he would have been smashed to pieces. Medusa's pornographic novel, she turned around and stared at him with a cold gaze filled with killing intent. There was a trace of anger on her arrogant face. "Despicable human, you can't escape." Boom! 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 The pitch-black giant snake stirred the entire arena, and a strong chill shot up to the sky. The huge force caused the entire arena to shake. Ron used the Shadama's spell to escape, and Medusa followed closely behind and attacked crazily. Ron is going to lose. In the central box of the Colosseum, Sala sighed. I didn't expect this snake woman to be hiding her strength. Now that she's here, Ron has no chance of winning. That's right. Dutan smiled. For some reason, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. Morin stood up and walked quickly to the railing. Her face was full of anxiety. Ron, stop fighting. Quickly surrender. Stop fighting. I beg you. Quickly surrender. Morin's heart almost jumped out of her chest. If she could, she really wanted to announce Ron's decision to surrender. Unfortunately, this was against the rules. At this moment, she could only watch helplessly as Ron was beaten by the giant snake to the point where he had to hide, unable to do anything. Huff, huff, huff. Ron ran quickly as Medusa's water magic exploded around him. Although he dodged her attack, the bone-chilling cold made him shiver. His head and body were covered in a layer of frost, and even his movements became slower. The word surrender was in his mind. Seeing such a huge difference in strength, he knew he had no chance of winning. No, I can't surrender. Ron gritted his teeth. I have to persevere. The rules of the Colosseum stated that the contestants could not run out of the arena. If they did, it would mean they had surrendered. Ron could only run in this narrow space and could not do anything to Medusa. But Medusa was different. She was ravaging Ron crazily. This human is going to lose for sure. The gap between them is too big. An orc sighed and said, Come, this time it's another magical beast that has come out. Could it be that the gap between the orcs and the humans and the magical beasts is really that big? Another orc said. Although Ron was not an orc, they were secretly cheering for Ron. In the eyes of the magical beasts, humans and orcs were inferior races. The only difference was which one was inferior. No one spoke, no one cheered. Only the dull sounds of explosions could be heard. Accompanied by white smoke and bone-chilling cold, the entire Colosseum had turned into a world of ice and snow. Are you a rat? How can you run so fast? Medusa roared in a low voice. She released dozens of icicles, 8 bites, and 12 tail attacks in a row, but Ron dodged them all. She was a little angry. Ron was already drenched in cold sweat. He did not have time to pay attention to Medusa's words. Medusa rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth. I'll let you use my AoE water magic. Hail. The sky suddenly darkened. Countless hailstones fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, emitting white smoke. The hailstones had covered the entire Colosseum. Even the spectators outside the Colosseum were affected by the hailstones. Heavens, what is this? It hurts, dodge. There was a commotion from the spectators. Medusa's attack had reached others. Some orcs stood up and protested loudly. Humph, you filthy, lowly creatures. I'll devour all of you when I'm in the mood. Medusa cursed in her heart. The hailstones in the sky also caused a lot of trouble for Ron. At this moment, he was gasping for breath, his clothes were tattered, and his body was covered with white frost. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, indicating that he had suffered a serious injury. Go to hell. Medusa seized the opportunity and spat out a powerful icicle from her mouth. It carried a strong chill as it blasted towards Ron. It's over. It's too late. Ron was shocked. After using the haze spell many times in a row, his head also had a trace of dizziness. At this moment, he didn't think too much and directly summoned the bone wall. Ron's decision was correct. If he was hit by this huge icicle, he would turn into a pile of dust. Fortunately, the appearance of the bone wall allowed him to escape. But it was a pity that the tough bone wall could not withstand Medusa's magic attack. Boom! With a loud bang, like lightning and thunder, the bone wall was blasted apart. Ron's body flew out of it, rolled a few times, and fell to the ground. There was an uproar from the spectators. Their hearts tightened. This human was going to lose. Cough, cough, cough. Ron got up from the ground with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head slightly and stared at Medusa with his red eyes. Medusa, who had transformed into a huge snake, slowly slithered over. Her cold eyes made everyone's hearts turn cold. She sneered. Are you going to admit defeat? I still feel that it's not enough. Do you think you've won? Ron got up shakily with a smile on his face. He raised the bone staff in his hand with difficulty and said in a firm tone, I won't admit defeat. Absolutely not. Then go to hell. Ron's unyielding attitude infuriated Medusa. She felt that her dignity as a magical beast was being challenged. She opened her mouth and spat out an icicle. Bone shield. Ron once again released a defensive necromancy spell. Unfortunately, his resistance was futile. The bone shield shattered and Ron's body was sent flying again. This time, he crashed into the wall and bounced back, landing heavily on the ground. He's dead. He's already dead. A human's body is extremely fragile. He must be dead. The spectators all shook their heads. The fall of a young powerhouse made them feel pity in their hearts. Big Brother Ron. In the private room, Raindrop's face was full of tears. She threw herself into Becerra's arms and cried. Becerra hugged her and comforted her gently. At that moment, her face was also full of tears. Kay was silent. Even though he couldn't fight, he was very clear about the strength of a magical beast. Ever since Medusa's body was released, he already thought that Ron didn't have any chance of winning. Is he dead? That's right, an overconfident human. Seeing Ron fall, Medusa's face finally revealed a smile. She glanced at the orc judge on the high wall, indicating that it was time to announce her victory. The orc judge sighed helplessly. He had always been grateful to Ron for saving his life. From the bottom of his heart, he also hoped that Ron would win. However, he knew that the difference in strength between the two was too big. Ron had no chance of winning. No, I'm not dead yet. I can still fight. At that moment, Ron gritted his teeth and moved his body. His trembling body struggled to get up, but when he stabilized himself, he had already used up all his strength. With his heavy injuries and the exhaustion of his energy, he was already at the end of his rope. What? To Medusa's surprise, this human actually stood up stubbornly with injuries all over his body. Even though he was shaky, he still stood up in the end. The orc judge stopped in his tracks, and a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. He could still stand up with such injuries? Even though Ron's injuries weren't serious on the surface, his insides were completely destroyed by the cold air. He could only stand up because of his strong willpower. His consciousness was already in a semi-conscious state. In the central box, Morin's eyes flashed with disbelief. Suddenly, she rushed to the railing and shouted, Ron, don't get up. Please don't. Looking at Mullen, who had lost her composure, Sala and Dutan were surprised. Sala smiled, but Dutan's face darkened. In the circular arena, Medusa's face sank slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, Despicable human, you dare to stand up with such injuries? Since you're courting death, I'll grant you your wish. Medusa opened her bloody mouth as wide as it could and said with a sinister smile, Let me swallow you in one gulp. A powerful human should taste pretty good. As she spoke, her body shot out like a bow. She opened her mouth to reveal her sharp teeth and bit at Ron. A fishy smell assaulted his nose, and Ron regained some consciousness. He opened his eyes, and the bloody mouth was right in front of him. There was no time to hesitate. Ron used Shedomus subconsciously, and his body turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared. Boom! The huge snake's head missed and crashed into the wall, creating a large hole in the wall of the arena. A large amount of dust was shaken and fell down with a plop-plop sound. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.